Chapter 496. As far as I know, these three countries are all controlled by a country called the Fire Dragon Empire, Emperor Hashan said slowly. Fire Dragon Empire? Why does this name sound so familiar? I think I've heard of it somewhere before. Emperor Wen couldn't help but ponder when he heard this name. Your Majesty, do you still remember the small country that shocked the dukedom rankings some time ago? Seeing that His Majesty was confused, a minister immediately stood up and said, "So it's that country." Hearing the minister's words, Emperor Wen instantly recalled it. Because of this, he had said a few words to the minister back then. However, because the Fire Dragon Empire was just a dukedom back then, he quickly forgot about it. It was like an adult who wouldn't take the mosquito seriously when there was a noisy mosquito in front of him. That's right, Emperor Wen. It's that country, Emperor Hashan immediately said. But this is too unbelievable. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Now that he knew which country the Fire Dragon Empire was. However, Emperor Wen immediately became even more suspicious. After all, it was already unbelievable that a mere dukedom could control three empires. Moreover, it controlled three of the top three empires on the dukedom rankings. How could he believe this? One had to know that when Emperor Wen's dynasty was promoted, he didn't even have so much dragon power after the first round. He had to rely on a lot of luck to be promoted to an emperor-level empire. After many years of hard work, he managed to preserve the dragon power and promote to a third-grade empire. However, he didn't expect that the first round of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony would cause him to lose more than 5,000 dragon power and be demoted to a second-grade empire. If he really allowed these three empires to continue the competition, they would definitely win the competition. If the three empires were to unite, it would definitely affect him. If Emperor Wen doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate. Hearing Emperor Hashan's words, Emperor Wen pondered for a moment. He knew that this was no small matter and immediately signaled one of his trusted ministers with his eyes. The minister immediately nodded and left the hall. Come, Emperor Hashan, let's not talk about this for now. Prepare the banquet. Then I'll do as you say. Emperor Hashan smiled. He could guess what Emperor Wen's ministers were doing. Moreover, he had enough time. He had enough time for Emperor Wen to investigate. He stole a glance at Emperor Wen. Although he pretended not to care, he couldn't hide the seriousness in his eyes. Emperor Hashan laughed inwardly. He believed that Emperor Wen would definitely help him. Ahem, Emperor Hashan, please wait for a moment. I'll go down and change my clothes. Emperor Wen said apologetically as the wine glass in his hand accidentally fell onto his clothes. Emperor Wen, please go and change your clothes. Don't worry about me. Emperor Hashan immediately stood up and said with an indifferent expression. Looking at Emperor Wen's back, Hashan revealed a smile. If he guessed correctly, Emperor Wen's men had already returned. Next, it was time to announce the results. At this crucial moment, Emperor Hashan didn't frown at all. This was because he understood Emperor Wen's cautious personality. He definitely couldn't tolerate an old tiger cub growing up in front of him. Therefore, Emperor Wen would definitely take action. Greetings, Your Majesty. Emperor Wen's confidant minister immediately bowed when he saw Emperor Wen. Forget it. What's the situation? Emperor Wen waved his hand and asked anxiously. Your Majesty, I wasn't able to find out if the three empires were controlled by the Fire Dragon Empire. What? Emperor Wen frowned and revealed an unhappy expression. Seeing Emperor Wen's unhappy expression, the minister immediately added in a panic, but they are indeed related. The minister immediately described the war between the Fire Dragon Empire and the Small Heaven Alliance. Could it be that Hashan was telling the truth? Emperor Wen pondered for a moment and said, Forgive me for my incompetence. I didn't have enough time to find out. The minister hurriedly apologized. Emperor Wen didn't blame the minister. This was because he knew that it wasn't easy for the minister to find out so much in such a short period of time. Now, what made him feel conflicted was whether he should take action or not. He should take advantage of the fact that the three empires had yet to mature and nip them in the bud. However, he had a feeling that he was being used as a tool by Emperor Hashan. This made him very uncomfortable. My dear minister, What do you think about this matter? Emperor Wen suddenly raised his head and looked at the minister. The minister glanced at the frowning Emperor Wen and immediately understood what Emperor Wen was thinking. He immediately bowed and cupped his fists. According to the current situation, Emperor Hashan might be telling the truth. If that's the case, we definitely can't let the three empires grow. Otherwise, they will become a threat to us. The minister looked at Emperor Wen cautiously and spoke cautiously. You mean to help Hashan deal with the three empires and the Fire Dragon Empire? Emperor Wen's eyes lit up as he asked. That's exactly what I mean. The minister gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, he was betting that Emperor Wen was thinking the same thing. If that was the case, everything would be fine. Emperor Wen thought about it for a long time. In fact, he had already made up his mind. At this moment, he was just calculating the benefits in his heart. He was thinking that if he could help Emperor Hashan destroy one of the empires, he would be able to recover the 50 million points of dragon power that he had previously lost. Alright, I'll agree to your suggestion. If there are any accidents, I'll hold you accountable. Emperor Wen was a sly old fox as he spoke in a dignified manner. From his point of view, he couldn't afford to lose his position in the slightest. At this moment, the minister felt bitter. It was obvious that Emperor Wen wanted to use him as a scapegoat. If something bad happened, Emperor Wen would probably be the first to push him out and make him the scapegoat. Of course, if everything went smoothly, there would be nothing left to say. Emperor Wen would reap all the benefits. The minister wondered if he had offended Emperor Wen in some way. That was why Emperor Wen treated him like this. Although the minister felt bitter, he didn't dare to disobey. Although he felt bitter, he still smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for accepting my suggestion. Let's go. Follow me in." Since he had already made up his mind, Emperor Wen was instantly in a good mood. He was also sincerely happy that he could earn some dragon power. Of course, the benefits wouldn't just be this little. After all, Emperor Hashan had asked him for help. How could there be no benefits at all? A sly smile appeared on Emperor Wen's face. Emperor Hashan, I can consider your request. However, I don't know what benefits I can get if I help you. After walking into the main hall, the civil and military officials instantly stood still. Chapter 497. Because as far as I know, these three countries are all controlled by a country called the Fire Dragon Empire. Emperor Hashan said slowly. Fire Dragon Empire? Why does this name sound so familiar? I think I've heard of it before. Emperor Wen pondered when he heard the name. Your Majesty, do you still remember the small country that shocked the dukedom rankings some time ago? Seeing that His Majesty was confused, a minister immediately stood up and said. So it's that country. Emperor Wen instantly recalled it. Because of this, he had even said a few words to the minister. However, because the Fire Dragon Empire was just a dukedom back then, he quickly forgot about it. It was like an adult who would not take a mosquito seriously even though it was making a ruckus in front of him. That's right, Emperor Wen. It's that country. Emperor Hashan immediately said. But this is too unbelievable. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Now that he knew which country the Fire Dragon Empire was. However, Emperor Wen became even more suspicious. After all, it was already unbelievable that a mere dukedom could control three empires. Moreover, it controlled three of the top three empires on the dukedom rankings. How could he believe it? One had to know that when Emperor Wen's dynasty was promoted, he did not even have so much dragon power after the first round. He had relied on a lot of luck to be promoted to an emperor-level empire. After many years of hard work, he managed to preserve the dragon power and promote to a third-grade empire. However, he did not expect that the first round of the All-Kingdom ceremony would cause him to lose more than 5,000 dragon power and be demoted to a second-grade empire. If these three empires were allowed to continue the competition, they would definitely win the competition. If the three empires were to unite, it would definitely affect him. If Emperor Wen does not believe me, you can send someone to investigate. Hearing Emperor Hashan's words, Emperor Wen pondered for a moment. He knew that this was not a trivial matter and immediately signaled to one of his trusted ministers. The minister immediately nodded and left the hall. Come, Emperor Hashan. Let's not talk about this for now. Prepare the banquet. Then I'll do as you say. Emperor Hashan smiled. He could guess what Emperor Wen's ministers were doing. Moreover, he had enough time. He had enough time for Emperor Wen to investigate. He stole a glance at Emperor Wen. Although he pretended not to care, he couldn't hide the seriousness in his eyes. Emperor Hashan laughed inwardly. He believed that Emperor Wen would definitely help him. Ahem, Emperor Hashan, please wait for a moment. I'll go down and change my clothes. Emperor Wen said apologetically as the wine glass in his hand accidentally fell onto his clothes. Emperor Wen, please go and change your clothes. Don't worry about me. Emperor Hashan immediately stood up and said with a nonchalant expression. Looking at Emperor Wen's back, Hashan revealed a smile. If he guessed correctly, Emperor Wen's men had already returned. Next, it was time to announce the results. At this crucial moment, Emperor Hashan didn't frown at all. This was because he understood Emperor Wen's cautious personality. He definitely couldn't tolerate an old tiger cub growing up in front of him. Therefore, Emperor Wen would definitely take action. Greetings, Your Majesty. Emperor Wen's confidant minister immediately bowed when he saw Emperor Wen. Forget it. What's the situation? Emperor Wen waved his hand and asked anxiously. Your Majesty, I wasn't able to find out if the three empires were controlled by the Fire Dragon Empire. What? Emperor Wen frowned and revealed an unhappy expression. Seeing Emperor Wen's unhappy expression, the minister immediately added in a panic, but they are indeed related. The minister immediately described the war between the Fire Dragon Empire and the Small Heaven Alliance. Could it be that Hashan was telling the truth? Emperor Wen pondered for a moment and said, Forgive me for my incompetence. I didn't have enough time to find out. The minister hurriedly apologized. Emperor Wen didn't blame the minister. This was because he knew that it wasn't easy for the minister to find out so much in such a short period of time. Now, what made him feel conflicted was whether he should take action or not. He should take advantage of the fact that the three empires had yet to mature and nip them in the bud. However, he had a feeling that he was being used as a tool by Emperor Hashan. This made him very uncomfortable. My dear minister, what do you think about this matter? Emperor Wen suddenly raised his head and looked at the minister. The minister glanced at the frowning Emperor Wen and immediately understood what Emperor Wen was thinking. He immediately bowed and cupped his fists. According to the current situation, Emperor Hashan might be telling the truth. If that's the case, we definitely can't let the three empires grow. Otherwise, they will become a threat to us. The minister looked at Emperor Wen cautiously and spoke cautiously. You mean to help Hashan deal with the three empires and the Fire Dragon Empire? Emperor Wen's eyes lit up as he asked. That's exactly what I mean. The minister gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, he was betting that Emperor Wen was thinking the same thing. If that was the case, everything would be fine. Emperor Wen thought about it for a long time. In fact, he had already made up his mind. At this moment, he was just calculating the benefits in his heart. He was thinking that if he could help Emperor Hashan destroy one of the empires, he would be able to recover the 50 million points of dragon power that he had previously lost. All right, I'll agree to your suggestion. If there are any accidents, I'll hold you accountable. Emperor Wen was a sly old fox as he spoke in a dignified manner. From his point of view, he couldn't afford to lose his position in the slightest. At this moment, the minister felt bitter. It was obvious that Emperor Wen wanted to use him as a scapegoat. If something bad happened, Emperor Wen would probably be the first to push him out and make him the scapegoat. Of course, if everything went smoothly, there wouldn't be much to say. Emperor Wen would reap all the benefits. The minister wondered if he had offended Emperor Wen in some way. That was why Emperor Wen treated him like this. Although the minister felt bitter, he didn't dare to disobey. Although he felt bitter, he still smiled and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for accepting my suggestion. Let's go. Follow me in. Since he had already made his decision, Emperor Wen was instantly in a good mood. He was sincerely happy that he could earn some dragon power. Of course, the benefits wouldn't just be this. After all, Emperor Hashan had asked him for help. How could there be no benefits at all? A sly smile appeared on Emperor Wen's face. Emperor Hashan, I can consider your request. However, I don't know what benefits I can get if I help you. After walking into the main hall, the civil and military officials instantly stood still. Chapter 498. Seeing that Yang Long's camp had not agreed, Emperor Hashan's tone immediately became arrogant. Emperor Hashan believed that countless people must be talking about him at this moment. This made him, who had wanted to be in the limelight, feel much better. He no longer cared. Anyway, whether Yang Long's camp agreed or not, he would be the biggest winner in the end. At this moment, in the Violet Heaven Divine Kingdom, the Imperial Aunt's face was filled with worry. At the same time, she was furious. This reckless Hashan dynasty dares to oppose my son. The Imperial Aunt snorted coldly. She had only found out that Yang Long's camp was Yi Hao's camp through investigation and conjecture. Yang Long's camp had been in the limelight. She was stunned at first, but then her heart was filled with joy. However, before she could be happy for long, something happened that filled her heart with anger. Emperor Hashan had dared to join forces with 3 empires to go against Yi Hao. With a single glance, it was obvious that Yi Hao had fallen into a dangerous situation. If nothing unexpected happened, everything that Yi Hao had done before would be for naught. According to her personality, she would not be melancholy here. She would kill her way to Emperor Hashan's empire and the other imperial empires. She would let them know the consequences of going against her son. However, the consequences were still very serious. This was because she still had some things to deal with. If she exposed Yi Hao's identity now, she did not have full confidence in protecting Yi Hao's safety. Therefore, she did not dare to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. It's time for me to meet him, the Imperial Aunt thought with a complicated expression. Then, she changed into a black robe and hid in the darkness. Imperial Aunt walked in front of a huge prison. Looking at the ordinary-looking prison, she realized that it was filled with powerful array formations. Even a martial god expert had no hope of escaping if they were locked up here. Therefore, this was the forbidden area of the Zitian Divine Kingdom. It was used to imprison important people. Seeing the Imperial Aunt's arrival, a team of martial god experts immediately flew out from the darkness. One of them pointed at the Imperial Aunt cautiously. "Who are you? This is a forbidden area of the Divine Nation. How can you just barge in?" While they were talking, the Golden Armor team had already formed a killing formation and surrounded the royal aunt. "It's me. I have something to do inside." The Imperial Aunt deliberately lowered her voice. At the same time, she flashed a purple token in her hand. That person originally wanted to ask more, but when he saw the token in the Imperial Aunt's hand, everyone's expression changed and they all put away their weapons. Everyone immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I don't want anyone to know that I've been here." The Imperial Aunt's voice deepened, directly interrupting everyone's salute. "Then, won't His Majesty report it?" One of the golden-armored squad suddenly raised his head and asked, "What do you think?" Imperial Aunt's voice suddenly turned cold. Everyone suddenly felt that the atmosphere around them had changed. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. "I'll just go in for a while." Seeing everyone's worried faces, Imperial Aunt didn't want to make things too difficult for them. "Yes, please." The captain of the Golden Armor team immediately opened the gate of the prison and respectfully made way for her. The Imperial Aunt nodded her head in satisfaction and walked into the prison. Her every movement was filled with boundless grandeur. Phew! Seeing the Imperial Aunt enter, the golden-armored guards all let out a sigh of relief. "I heard that Imperial Aunt is powerful, but I didn't expect her to be so powerful. The aura on her body almost made me unable to breathe. That's right, it scared me to death. Not to mention you guys, even I was the same." After the guards saw the Imperial Aunt leave, they all began to discuss. The captain had not retracted his gaze and was also in a state of shock. "But it's strange. Why did Imperial Aunt come back here? Could something have happened?" The captain frowned and said worriedly, "You're saying that Imperial Aunt went in, just as the guards were about to discuss." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the crowd. This voice sounded like a man's or a woman's. Even though they were martial gods, they still couldn't tell if this voice was male or female. Hearing the voice behind them, everyone's bodies suddenly trembled. Fear immediately filled their hearts. Although there was no change in the weather, they all felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Cold sweat kept pouring out of their foreheads. Fear, panic, helplessness, all sorts of emotions were mixed in their hearts. There was only one person in the Purple Sky Divine Kingdom whose voice they couldn't tell the gender of, and that was the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor. "What's wrong? Are you mute?" Just as everyone was at a loss, the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor's voice rang out again. Plop, plop, plop. The guards slowly turned around, but they didn't dare to look at the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor. They all knelt on the ground. All the guards knelt on the ground. They had never thought that they would be so unlucky. They had actually bumped into the Imperial Aunt and the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor at the same time. The Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor was now divided into two factions. One faction was the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor's faction, while the other was the Imperial Aunt's faction. However, no matter which faction they belonged to, they were not people who they could afford to offend. Most importantly, the two factions hadn't fallen out with each other yet. As the guards of the Purple Sky Divine Kingdom, they had to listen to the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor. The Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the heavenly prison. The guards all understood that this anyone included the Imperial Aunt. Now that they had let the Imperial Aunt in and had been caught red-handed by the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor, they were instantly dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, please spare our lives. We know our mistakes. Please punish us." The guard captain knew that he had no other choice but to beg the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor to spare their lives. "Your Majesty, please punish us. Your Majesty, please punish us. Your Majesty, please." Seeing that even the captain was doing this, the guards all panicked and begged for mercy. Rumble. When he heard the heavenly prison's door open, Batian didn't open his eyes. He thought that someone had come to deliver food. However, when he heard the footsteps, it was different from before. Batian opened his eyes curiously and saw the Imperial Aunt in a black robe. However, he couldn't recognize her at first glance. Batian didn't understand and couldn't help but frown. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Batian? Are you all right?" Suddenly, a strange yet familiar voice came from under the black robe. When he heard this voice, Batian felt his body start to tremble. It's you." Batian's heart was filled with excitement, disbelief, and all sorts of other emotions. His lips started to tremble as he spoke. Chapter 500. "Your Majesty, please give us your orders. We will do anything for you." The guards didn't even dare to look at the Purple Sky Supreme God. As they spoke, their bodies were still trembling. "All of you, go to the Fire Dragon Empire." The Purple Sky Supreme God ordered the Golden Battle Armor Squad. Fire Dragon Empire? Everyone frowned and looked confused. They had never heard of the Fire Dragon Empire before. Although they didn't understand, they didn't dare to interrupt the Purple Sky Supreme God. Instead, they listened attentively to his orders. "All of you, go to the Fire Dragon Empire. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Wait until the grand ceremony is over before you attack." The Purple Sky Supreme God's eyes flashed with a sinister look. She wanted to give her aunt a double blow. She wanted her aunt to see Yang Long's faction being defeated and then destroyed in the real world. She believed that it would definitely be a fatal blow to her aunt. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel happy. Yes. Everyone nodded. Even if the Purple Sky Supreme God ordered them to die, they wouldn't dare to disobey. "Do you know where His Majesty went?" The Fire Emperor asked anxiously. "I don't know either. His Majesty ordered us to gather resources and then he disappeared." Guan Yu shook his head. "How did this happen? His Majesty didn't say where he was going." The Fire Emperor asked again. One had to know that a month had passed and Yi Hao had yet to appear. However, there were still 2 months before the second round of the tournament. He desperately wanted to know what Yi Hao's next step was. Furthermore, The He Shan camp's provocations hadn't stopped since the beginning. This made him feel extremely sullen in his heart. I really don't know. I'm more anxious than you are. Guan Yu laughed bitterly. At the same time, he asked worriedly, are you doing the gathering of resources? Don't worry. I wouldn't dare to be careless. The resources have already piled up into mountains and are being transported here. The Fire Emperor shook his head. Forget it. I'll go down and gather more resources. The Fire Emperor couldn't understand why Yi Hao would suddenly disappear when the situation was so dire. Furthermore, shouldn't he be training his soldiers? Why would he be gathering resources? These resources could not be brought into the secret realm either. Seeing the Fire Emperor leave, Guan Yu shook his head as well. This was because within this month, not only did the Fire Emperor come to visit, even the people from the Sun Dynasty and Chen Dynasty came by several times. But a month ago, Yi Hao had only instructed him to gather resources. He hadn't told him anything else. Phew, all that's left is the divine primary grass. In a valley, Yi Hao could not help but let out a sigh of relief after plucking the last of the herbs. Yi Hao, are you done yet? We're bored to death. From afar, Guo Shuefu and Mu Qingyu's bored voices could be heard. It's done. Yi Hao clapped his hands and smiled. What kind of herbs are those that you've collected? You don't even care about the Myriad Kingdom ceremony anymore. Don't you think you're losing your mind because of your frivolity? Guo Shuefu asked Yi Hao. Who said I don't care about the Myriad Kingdom ceremony? I collected these herbs for the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the two girls couldn't help but twitch their lips. Obviously, they didn't believe that Yi Hao's collection of herbs had anything to do with the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. After all, the Myriad Kingdom ceremony was a competition of the quality of the soldiers. Could it be that Yi Hao could use these herbs to increase the strength of all the soldiers? Yi Hao didn't explain further, but the two girls guessed correctly. Because these herbs were exactly what he needed to concoct the peak martial sage pill. After all, it took him more than a month to collect all these things. Of course, if he relied on himself, he wouldn't be able to do it in a month. After all, even if he knew the herbs he needed, he didn't know where to find them. This was all thanks to Guo Shuefu, who was a top student, who had helped him a lot. Now, he had collected all the herbs except for the most important one, the divine primary grass. If he wanted to concoct the peak martial sage pill, he could use other herbs to replace it. But the divine primary grass was irreplaceable. However, according to Guo Shuefu, the divine primary grass was extremely rare in the Myriad Kingdom continent. She had read about the divine primary grass in the ancient books by chance. Shuefu, do you really not know where to find the divine primary grass? Yi Hao asked anxiously as he looked at Guo Shuefu. Now, he was only missing the divine primary grass. If he couldn't find the divine primary grass, everything he had done before would be in vain. Moreover, there were only 2 months left until the second round of the competition. It would take him at least a month to concoct the pill. Therefore, he didn't have much time left. Guo Shuefu frowned and thought carefully. But in the end, she shook her head and said, there are only a few sentences in the ancient books about the growth of the divine primary grass. It doesn't say where to find it. Yi Hao asked, what is the growth of the divine primary grass? The divine primary grass is rich in energy and grows in places without any martial power. Guo Shuefu said quickly. Places without martial power? Yi Hao frowned and thought carefully about where there was no martial power. One had to know that in the Myriad Kingdom continent, martial power was everywhere. It was just like air. The only difference was that it was thin. Even the lowest level region was rich in martial arts power. It could be said that in the Myriad Kingdom continent, finding a place without martial power was like finding a place without air on Earth. It could be said to be incomparably difficult. So the divine primary grass might not even exist. Guo Shuefu shook her head and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. She didn't know why Yi Hao was looking for the divine primary grass. In this huge Myriad Kingdom continent, even if the divine primary grass did exist, it was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. Yi Hao didn't think so. He thought that since the system gave him this formula, It meant that the divine primary grass must exist in the myriad kingdom continent. Yi Hao looked at Guo Shuafu with a worried face. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me." Ah! The two girls looked at Yi Hao speechlessly. They didn't understand what was wrong with Yi Hao. Why did he suddenly laugh for no reason? "Ha ha ha, you're really my lucky star." Yi Hao pulled Guo Shuafu over and kissed her smooth forehead. Seeing the two girls in a daze, Yi Hao naturally wouldn't treat Mu Qingyu unfairly. He also kissed Mu Qingyu's head. At this moment, the two girls were wondering if Yi Hao was taking advantage of them. The two girls were blushing. "Let's go." "Where to?" "Gudanzan." Chapter 502. Guo Zhenyu had thought that he knew Yi Hao quite well. However, it now seemed like he knew nothing about Yi Hao. Leaving everything else aside, the two martial god realm experts alone were enough to surprise him. Which force is he from? Guo Zhenyu could only guess that Yi Hao was from some god-grade force. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao calmly, as if he was not affected by what was happening. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Not to mention others, even he himself would not be able to remain as calm as Yi Hao in this situation. "Who are you, kid? Do you know that you have offended Mu Shengzon?" Yang Haotian glared at Yi Hao, trying to scare Yi Hao with Mu Shengzon. Mu Shengzon was famous in the continent. He was one of the top forces in the empire. Otherwise, Mu Shengzon would not have been able to deal with the Bishing dynasty and Gudanzan on his own. However, he was destined to be disappointed. It would have been better if he had not mentioned Mu Shengzon. However, the moment he mentioned Mu Shengzon, Yi Hao was infuriated. One had to know that Yi Hao still remembered the grudge of that palm strike back then. "Kill him," Yi Hao said flatly as he glanced at Yang Haotian. "What?" Yang Haotian was stunned when he heard Yi Hao's words. His eyes widened as he struggled to speak. "How dare you, kid? Poochie." However, what greeted him was a feather fan that stabbed into his chest. "Hurry up and get rid of this trash. I have important matters to attend to." Yi Hao did not take Yang Haotian seriously. He was just a clown. His Majesty has been killed. "Run. Run. Run. Don't kill me. This has nothing to do with me." When they saw that Yang Haotian had been killed, the subordinates that Yang Haotian had brought with him scattered in all directions. "Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive." Guo Zhenyu was also angry with Yang Haotian. Now was the time to vent his anger. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go easily. He didn't have time to ask Yi Hao. He immediately led Elder Gudanzan and charged forward. Zhuge Liang immediately rushed towards the old man and small one. Originally, the old man and small one were evenly matched. However, with the addition of Zhuge Liang, their disadvantage immediately became apparent. "No. I can't accept this." Under the attacks of Zhuge Liang and Little One, the old man could only roar unwillingly. Little One and Zhuge Liang attacked the old man at the same time. Two bloody holes immediately appeared on the old man's body. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground. At this moment, in Mu Shengzon's Soul Pavilion, the elder guarding the Soul Pavilion was currently dozing off. Catcher tilde suddenly, the sound of something shattering rang out. The elder raised his head indifferently and took a glance. He picked up his pen and prepared to record it. Because there were too many disciples in the Soul Pavilion, there would often be disciples dying, so he was used to it. However, this time, he was stunned. Because this time, it was the old ancestor's soul talisman that shattered. The elder was shocked. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. The elder didn't have time to think. He didn't even have time to put down his pen and flew towards the sect master's pavilion. "Sect master! Sect master! Something bad has happened." The elder rushed into the sect master's pavilion in a panic. The sect master raised his head in dissatisfaction. "Impudent. Can't you see that I'm discussing something with an esteemed guest?" Hearing the sect master's cold voice, the elder finally noticed that there were outsiders in the main hall. The elder immediately tidied up his clothes and bowed. "Sect master, please forgive me. I have something to report." "What is it?" The sect master suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "This?" The elder saw the guest and wanted to say something but stop. "Haha, it seems that your sect has something important. I'll take my leave first." Seeing the elder's expression, how could the guest not understand what he meant? He immediately laughed and said, "Sigh." The sect master immediately stretched out his hand to stop him. He then looked at the elder and said, "What is it? You don't have to beat around the bush." "Yes." The elder cupped his fists and stuttered, "Third." Third, seeing that the elder was stuttering, the sect master was even more annoyed. He shouted again, "Third what? Spit it out." Hearing the sect master's shout, the elder's body trembled and he quickly said, "Third elder has immortalize." "What?" The sect master's body stiffened when he heard this. It was because of third elder. Third elder was Mu Shengzon's trump card and one of the few experts in Mu Shengzon. He was also the source of Mu Shengzon's arrogance. The sect master could clearly feel that the esteemed guest's expression had changed. However, there was a smile at the corner of his eyes. At that moment, the sect master was furious. However, he couldn't show it in front of the esteemed guest. This esteemed guest was from the same force as him. This time, he had come to cooperate with the sect master to attack the Baisheng dynasty. However, they hadn't reached an agreement yet. Hearing the elder's words, the sect master had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the esteemed guest stood up and said, "Sect Master Mu, it seems that something big has happened in your sect. I won't disturb you. Please stay." The sect master was about to speak, but the esteemed guest had already turned and left. Trash. A bunch of trash. The sect master could no longer suppress his anger when he saw that the esteemed guest had left. The guards in the hall, including the elders, all knelt down on the ground. "Go and invite the rest of the patriarchs here." The sect master's face was gloomy. "Also, call all the elders, hall masters, and peak masters here." No matter where it was, the death of an patriarch was not a small matter. This was because the patriarchs were the symbol of the most powerful force. The influence of the patriarchs was huge. Now that one of the patriarchs had died, the consequences were not something that the sect master could bear. At that moment, some of the elders, hall masters, and peak masters in Mu Shengzon rushed over. Looking at the sect master's angry face and the Seoul Pavilion's elders kneeling in the middle of the hall, they looked at each other but didn't dare to speak. Although they didn't know what had happened, in their opinion, it was definitely not a small matter. At that moment, a few powerful auras suddenly appeared in the air. The sect master immediately stood up from his seat and knelt on the ground to pay his respects. This unfilial disciple pays his respects to the patriarchs. May the patriarchs live as long as the heavens. The elders, hall masters, and peak masters immediately knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Greetings to the patriarchs. May the patriarchs live as long as the heavens." "Sect master, why are you looking for us in such a hurry? What's the matter?" Suddenly, the terrifying auras outside the hall disappeared and a few elders walked in. They were no different from ordinary people. Chapter 503. Support legal and legal reading. Duplicate chapters found. Remove bookshelf and recache. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. Thank you on my knees. Guo Zhenyu had thought that he knew Yi Hao pretty well. But from the looks of it now, he knew nothing about Yi Hao. Leaving everything else aside, the two martial god realm experts alone were enough to surprise him. Which faction is he from? Guo Zhenyu could only guess that Yi Hao was from some god-grade faction. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao calmly, as if he was not affected by what was happening. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Not to mention others, even he himself would not be able to remain as calm as Yi Hao in this situation. "Who are you, kid? Do you know that you have offended Mu Shengzon?" Yang Haotian glared at Yi Hao, trying to scare Yi Hao with Mu Shengzon. Mu Shengzon was famous throughout the continent. He was one of the top factions in the empire. Otherwise, Mu Shengzon would not have been able to deal with the Bisheng dynasty and Gudanzan on his own. However, he was destined to be disappointed. It would have been better if Yang Haotian had not mentioned Mu Shengzon. However, the moment he mentioned Mu Shengzon, Yi Hao was infuriated. One had to know that Yi Hao still remembered the grudge of that palm strike back then. Kill him, Yi Hao said flatly as he glanced at Yang Haotian. What? Yang Haotian was stunned when he heard Yi Hao's words. His eyes widened as he struggled to speak. How dare you, kid? Poochie. However, what greeted him was a feather fan that stabbed into his chest. Hurry up and get rid of this piece of trash. I have important matters to attend to. Yi Hao did not take Yang Haotian seriously. He was just a clown. His Majesty has been killed. Run. 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 Don't kill me, this has nothing to do with me. Seeing that Yang Haotian had been killed, the subordinates that Yang Haotian had brought with him immediately scattered and fled in all directions. Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Guo Zhenyu was also angry with Yang Haotian. Now was the time to vent his anger. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go easily. He didn't have time to ask Yi Hao. He immediately led Elder Gudanzhen and charged forward. Zhuge Liang immediately rushed towards the old man and small one. Originally, the old man and small one were evenly matched. However, with the addition of Zhuge Liang, their disadvantage immediately became apparent. No. I can't accept this. Under the attacks of Zhuge Liang and Little One, the old man could only roar unwillingly. Poochie. Little One and Zhuge Liang simultaneously attacked the old man. 2 bloody holes immediately appeared on the old man's body. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground. At this moment, in Mu Shengzon's Soul Pavilion, the elder guarding the Soul Pavilion was currently dozing off. Catcher tilde suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. The elder didn't care and looked up. He picked up his pen and prepared to record. Because there were too many disciples in the Soul Pavilion, there would often be disciples dying. Therefore, he was already used to it. However, this time, he was stunned. Because this time, it was the old ancestor's soul talisman that broke. The elder was shocked. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. The elder didn't have time to think. He didn't even have time to put down his pen. He flew towards the sect master's pavilion. Sect master, something bad has happened. The elder rushed into the sect master's pavilion in a panic. The sect master raised his head in dissatisfaction. Impudent. Can't you see that I'm discussing something with an esteemed guest? Hearing the sect master's cold voice, the elder finally noticed that there were outsiders in the main hall. The elder immediately tidied up his clothes and bowed. Sect master, please forgive me. This subordinate has something to report. What is it? The sect master suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. This. The elder saw the guest and wanted to say something but hesitated. Haha, it seems that your sect has something important. I'll take my leave first. Seeing the elder's expression, how could the guest not understand what he meant? He immediately laughed and said, Sigh. The sect master immediately reached out his hand to stop him. He then looked at the elder. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Yes. The elder cupped his fists and stuttered. Third. Seeing the elder stuttering, the sect master became even more irritated and shouted again. Third what? If you have something to say it quickly. Hearing the sect master's shout, the elder's body trembled and he quickly said, The third elder has immortalized. What? The sect master's body suddenly stiffened. Because of the third elder. He was Mu Shengzon's trump card and one of the few experts in Mu Shengzon. And he was also the source of Mu Shengzon's arrogance. The sect master clearly felt that the esteemed guest's expression also changed. However, there was a smile in the corner of his eyes. At that moment, the sect master was furious. However, because of the esteemed guest, he could not show it. This esteemed guest was from the same faction as him. This time, he had come to cooperate with the sect master to attack the Bisheng Holy Dynasty. However, they had not reached an agreement yet. Hearing the elder's words, the sect master had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the esteemed guest stood up and said, Sect Master Mu, it seems that something big has happened in your sect. I won't disturb you any further. Please stay. The sect master was about to speak, but the esteemed guest had already turned and left. Trash. A bunch of trash. The sect master saw that the esteemed guest had left and could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He shouted angrily. The guards in the hall, including the elders, all knelt down on the ground. Go and get the rest of the patriarchs. The sect master's face was gloomy. Also, get all the elders, hall leaders, and peak leaders here. No matter where it was, the death of the patriarchs was not a small matter. This was because the patriarchs were the symbol of the faction's strongest power. The influence of the patriarchs was also very great. Now that one of the patriarchs had died, the consequences were not something that the sect master could bear. At that moment, some of the elders, hall leaders, and peak leaders who were still in Mu Shengzon immediately rushed over. Looking at the sect master's angry face and the Seoul Pavilion's elders who were kneeling in the middle of the hall, they looked at each other and did not dare to speak. Although they did not know what had happened, in their opinion, it was definitely not a small matter. At that moment, a few powerful auras suddenly appeared in the air. The sect master immediately stood up from his seat and knelt on the ground to pay his respects. Unfilial disciple pays his respects to the patriarchs. May the patriarchs live as long as the heavens. The elders, hall leaders, and peak leaders immediately knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Greetings to the patriarchs. May the patriarchs live as long as the heavens." Sect master, why are you in such a hurry to find us? What's the matter? Suddenly, the terrifying auras outside the hall disappeared and a few elders walked in. They were no different from ordinary people. Chapter 504. Sect Leader, Emperor Wen requests to see you. Suddenly, a guard's voice came from outside the door. Let him in, the sect leader said angrily. Greetings, sect leader. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Emperor Wen walked in and bowed respectfully. Seeing that something was wrong with the sect leader, he asked. It's all because of useless trash like you. All of you failed at the Myriad Kingdom Grand Ceremony, the sect leader said angrily. Emperor Wen was embarrassed. He didn't expect the sect leader to say it so directly. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to help that Emperor Hashan? Why are you here? The sect leader asked in confusion. He didn't think that Emperor Wen would come here for no reason. I'm here because I suffered great losses at the Myriad Kingdom Grand Ceremony. So, I'm here to ask for your help, Emperor Wen said with a smile. Help you? How? The sect leader's expression changed at the mention of help. Looking at the sect leader's gloomy expression, Emperor Wen was shocked. He thought about it carefully and realized that he didn't say anything wrong. Sect leader, what's wrong? Emperor Wen didn't understand what was going on. He could only ask carefully. Do you know Yang Haotian? The sect leader knew that he couldn't hide it anymore and asked coldly. Of course I know Emperor Yang. Speaking of which, the two of us are in the same boat. As a member of Mu Shengzon's imperial dynasty, Emperor Wen naturally knew Yang Haotian. He's dead. What? How is that possible? Who did it? Why didn't I receive any news? Hearing the sect leader's words, the smile on Emperor Wen's face froze. He couldn't maintain his composure as an emperor and shouted in shock. The death of an emperor of imperial dynasty was definitely not a small matter. Moreover, Yang Haotian was also under Mu Shengzon's command. If he was really dead, it was impossible that he didn't receive any news. If he was the only one who died, even if the entire imperial dynasty died, I wouldn't feel it was a pity. Sect leader, what do you mean? Emperor Wen couldn't figure out why the sect leader would say something like that. It's because of Yang Haotian that the third patriarch of Mu Shengzon was killed. The sect leader could no longer remain calm and roared. This. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Emperor Wen was dumbfounded. He finally understood why the sect leader was so angry. He didn't expect things to be so serious. The death of Mu Shengzon's third patriarch was no small matter. What is it made of? The shock on Emperor Wen's face had yet to disappear. Gudanzan. The sect master gritted his teeth as he spat out the name Gudanzan. He couldn't wait to tear Gudanzan into pieces. Emperor Wen was stunned. He frowned and asked, "Didn't you say that there are no martial gods in Gudanzan?" How could someone be able to kill the third old ancestor? Could it be that Gudanzan is hiding his strength or that someone is helping Gudanzan? No, I believe that Gudanzan isn't hiding his strength. Someone is helping him. Sect leader, are you talking about the Bishing dynasty? At this point, the sect leader couldn't help but look at Emperor Wen. In his opinion, it was most likely the Bishing dynasty who had done it. In the past few months, the two forces had been fighting non-stop and the sect leader had taken advantage of the situation. They had only stopped fighting after the grand ceremony had begun. Therefore, in his opinion, the Bishing dynasty had suffered a loss and wanted to make up for it. This seemed normal. Moreover, in his opinion, the Bishing dynasty had an unusual relationship with Gudanzan. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Bishing dynasty to take action. Sect leader, I. At this point, Emperor Wen was embarrassed to speak. However, if he didn't speak, he would feel indignant. Therefore, he asked awkwardly. The sect leader was about to refuse because he didn't have the energy to care about these things. Sect leader, Zhao Yang requests an audience. Suddenly, a guard shouted from outside the door. The sect leader couldn't help but frown. He didn't realize that there were so many things happening. What was going on today? Things were happening one after another. By the way, who is Zhao Yang? Most importantly, he tried to search his mind for any information about Zhao Yang, but he couldn't find anything. Sect leader, that's Zhao Xin, an elder of the spiritual pill sect. Seeing the sect leader's puzzled face, a guard immediately reminded him in a low voice. So it's him. The sect leader's eyes lit up. Originally, he didn't want to see Zhao Yang. However, he suddenly changed his mind. Because according to what he knew, this Zhao Yang had a relationship with the ancient alchemy sect. Let him in. The sect leader sat back on the sect leader's throne. Soon, an old man ran in from outside the hall. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Greetings, sect leader. Zhao Yang, how have you been in Mu Shengzon these days? The sect leader asked in a concerned tone. It would have been better if the sect leader didn't ask. Once the sect leader asked, Zhao Yang immediately poured out all the grievances in his heart. In the past, no matter what, in the spiritual pill sect, he was second only to the sect leader and above everyone else. However, when he arrived at Mu Shengzon, he realized that there was always someone better than him. His strength was not worth mentioning in Mu Shengzon. During this period of time, he had been bullied and humiliated by many people. He was living a miserable life. Impudent! The sect leader suddenly shouted angrily. Emperor Wen couldn't help but look at the sect leader. Zhao Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled violently. He thought that he had said something wrong and hurriedly begged for mercy. Please forgive me, sect leader. What crime have you committed? The sect leader waved his hand. You are my distinguished guest. Those ignorant fools who are disrespectful to you are disrespectful to me. They can't be easily forgiven. Guards. Disciple is here. Sect leader, please give your orders. Go and find out who has been disrespectful to Elder Zhao Yang. Punish them severely. Yes. Hearing the sect leader's words, the disciple immediately bowed and walked out of the main hall. Thank you, sect leader, for upholding justice for me. Zhao Yang was immediately grateful for the sect leader's actions. This originated from the fact that he had always been disliked. Suddenly receiving the sect leader's courteous treatment made him a little unable to accept it. By the way, Zhao Yang, why are you looking for me? The sect leader saw Zhao Yang's appearance and finally returned to the main topic. Sect leader, I am here for the Fire Dragon Empire. Fire Dragon Empire? Hearing the Fire Dragon Empire, the sect leader wasn't too sure. Instead, it was Emperor Wen who asked, the Fire Dragon Empire you are talking about, is it the one in Yang Long's camp? Hearing Emperor Wen's words, Zhao Yang couldn't help but look at Emperor Wen and immediately said, it is the Fire Dragon Empire. What's wrong with the Fire Dragon Empire? At the mention of Yang Long's camp, the sect leader had heard of it. It was only because of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony that Yang Long's camp was in the limelight. Chapter 505. Sect leader, Emperor Wen requests to see you. Suddenly, a guard's voice came from outside the door. "Let him in," the sect leader said angrily. "Greetings, sect leader. What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Emperor Wen walked in and bowed respectfully. Seeing that something was wrong with the sect leader, he asked. "It's all because of useless trash like you. All of you failed at the Myriad Kingdom Grand Ceremony," the sect leader said angrily. Emperor Wen was embarrassed. He didn't expect the sect leader to say it so directly. "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to help that Emperor Hashan? Why are you here?" the sect leader asked in confusion. He didn't think that Emperor Wen would come here for no reason. "I'm here because I suffered great losses at the Myriad Kingdom Grand Ceremony. So, I'm here to ask for your help," Emperor Wen said with a smile. "Help you? How?" The sect leader's expression changed at the mention of help. Looking at the sect leader's gloomy expression, Emperor Wen was shocked. He thought about it carefully and realized that he didn't say anything wrong. "Sect leader, what's wrong?" Emperor Wen didn't understand what happened and could only ask carefully. "Do you know Yang Haotian?" The sect leader knew that he couldn't hide it anymore and asked coldly. "Of course I know Emperor Yang. Speaking of which, the two of us are in the same boat." As a member of Emperor dynasty under Mu Shengzon, Emperor Wen naturally knew about Yang Haotian. "He's dead." "What do you mean? How is that possible? Who did it? Why didn't I receive any news?" Hearing the sect leader's words, the smile on Emperor Wen's face froze. He couldn't maintain his composure as an emperor and shouted in shock. The death of an emperor dynasty's emperor was no small matter. Moreover, Yang Haotian was also under Mu Shengzon. If he was really dead, it was impossible that he didn't receive any news. If he was the only one who died, even if the entire emperor dynasty died, I wouldn't feel that it was a pity. "Sect leader, what do you mean?" Emperor Wen couldn't understand why the sect leader would say something like that. Yang Haotian killed the third patriarch of Mu Shengzon because of him. The sect leader couldn't remain calm and shouted. "This." Emperor Wen was dumbfounded when he heard the sect master's words. He finally understood why the sect leader was enraged. He didn't expect things to be so serious. The death of the sacred reverent sect's third old ancestor was no small matter. What is it made of? The shock on Emperor Wen's face had yet to disappear. "Gudanzan." The sect master gritted his teeth as he said the words ancient alchemy sect. Right now, he wished he could tear the ancient alchemy sect to pieces. How could someone kill the third old ancestor? Are you saying that Gudanzan is hiding his strength or that someone is helping Gudanzan? No, I believe that Gudanzan isn't hiding his strength. Someone is helping him. Sect leader, are you talking about the Bai Sheng dynasty? At this point, the sect master glanced at Emperor Wen. In his opinion, the Bisheng sacred dynasty was the culprit. In the past few months, the two forces had been fighting non-stop and the sect leader had taken advantage of the situation. They had only stopped fighting after the grand ceremony began. Therefore, in his opinion, the Bisheng sacred dynasty had suffered a loss, so they wanted to make up for it. It seemed very normal. In his opinion, the Bai Sheng dynasty had a special relationship with Gudanzan. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Bai Sheng dynasty to take action. Then, sect leader, Emperor Wen was embarrassed to speak. However, if he didn't speak, he wouldn't be satisfied. The sect leader was about to refuse because he didn't have the energy to care about these things. "Sect leader, Zhao Yang is here to see you." Suddenly, a guard shouted from outside the door. The sect leader frowned. He didn't realize that there were so many things happening. What was going on today? Things were happening one after another. By the way, who is Zhao Yang? Most importantly, he tried to search for information about Zhao Yang in his mind. However, he couldn't find anything. "Sect leader, that is Zhao Xin. He is an elder of the spiritual pill sect." Seeing the sect leader's puzzled face, a guard whispered to him. "It's him." The sect leader's eyes lit up. Originally, he didn't want to see Zhao Yang. However, he suddenly changed his mind. Because according to what he knew, this Zhao Yang had a relationship with the ancient alchemy sect. "Let him in." The sect leader sat back on the sect leader's throne. Soon, an old man ran in from outside the hall. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Greetings, sect leader. Zhao Yang, how have you been in Mu Shengzon recently?" The sect leader asked in a concerned tone. It would have been better if the sect leader didn't ask. Zhao Yang immediately poured out all the grievances in his heart. In the past, no matter what, he was above everyone else in the spiritual pill sect. He was the one who kept his word. However, when he arrived at Mu Shengzon, he realized that there was always someone better than him. His strength was not worth mentioning in Mu Shengzon. During this time, he had been bullied a lot. He was living a miserable life. "Impudent!" the sect leader suddenly shouted angrily. Emperor Wen couldn't help but look at the sect leader. Zhao Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled violently. He thought that he had said something wrong and quickly begged for mercy. "Please forgive me, sect leader. What crime have you committed?" The sect leader waved his hand. "You are my distinguished guest. Those ignorant fools who are disrespectful to you are disrespectful to me. They cannot be easily forgiven. Guards. Disciple is here. Please give your orders, sect leader. Go and find out who has been disrespectful to Elder Zhao Yang. Punish them severely." "Yes." Hearing the sect leader's words, the disciple immediately bowed and walked out of the main hall. "Thank you, sect leader, for upholding justice for me." Zhao Yang was immediately grateful for the sect leader's actions. This originated from the fact that he had always been disliked. He couldn't accept the sect leader's courteous treatment so suddenly. "By the way, Zhao Yang, why are you looking for me?" The sect leader saw Zhao Yang's appearance and finally returned to the main topic. "Sect leader, I'm here for the Fire Dragon Empire." Fire Dragon Empire? Hearing the Fire Dragon Empire, the sect leader wasn't too sure. Instead, it was Emperor Wen who asked, "The Fire Dragon Empire you are talking about, is it the one in Yang Long's camp?" Hearing Emperor Wen's words, Zhao Yang couldn't help but look at Emperor Wen and immediately said, "It is the Fire Dragon Empire. What's wrong with the Fire Dragon Empire?" At the mention of Yang Long's camp, the sect leader had heard of it. It was only because of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony that Yang Long's camp was in the limelight. Chapter 506. By the way, why do you want to enter Roaring Beast Valley? Guo Zhenyu asked curiously. "I need a spiritual herb." "What spiritual herb?" "You have to ask as much as you can. Gudanzan has nothing but spiritual herbs. Why do I need to enter Roaring Beast Valley?" Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao and said generously. Gudanzan was a place where alchemy reigned supreme. Naturally, all kinds of spiritual herbs were needed to refine elixir pills. It could be said that Gudanzan had all kinds of spiritual herbs. What they didn't lack the least was spiritual herbs. Yi Hao shook his head. "I don't think Gudanzan has this spiritual herb." Yi Hao's words piqued Guo Zhenyu's interest. He asked unhappily, "What kind of spiritual herb is it?" "Even Gudanzan doesn't have it." "Shengyuan grass." "Shengyuan grass?" Hearing Yi Hao's words, Guo Zhenyu was obviously stunned. This was because he was also unfamiliar with Shengyuan grass. "Dad, Shengyuan grass is a rare spiritual herb in ancient books. I suspect that this world might not even have it. Maybe it's just fiction." Seeing Guo Zhenyu's puzzled face, Guo Shuefu immediately explained. Guo Zhenyu was relieved after hearing Guo Shuefu's words. After all, he had said that Gudanzan wanted all kinds of spiritual herbs. Now that there was a spiritual herb that he had never heard of, wasn't that a slap to his face? Therefore, he was a little embarrassed due to the pressure of work. Fortunately, Guo Shuefu came out to help him relieve the awkwardness. However, Guo Zhenyu was even better. Why would Yi Hao want a spiritual herb that he had never heard of? Could it be that Yi Hao was an alchemist? Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao's age and guessed that Yi Hao was just bored and wanted to refine elixir pills for fun. After all, Yi Hao's martial arts were already abnormal. How could his alchemy be abnormal? Guo Zhenyu couldn't help but exhort, "Refining elixir pills isn't that easy. It has to be like martial arts. You have to be down to earth and move forward step by step. Guo Zhenyu was worried that Yi Hao was young and impetuous and would think of everything too easily. Listening to his future father-in-law's lecture, Yi Hao nodded. After all, he couldn't embarrass Guo Zhenyu in front of everyone. Hearing that Yi Hao was being scolded by Guo Zhenyu, Guo Shuafu couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Yi Hao was her man. She couldn't let others look at him like that. Father, who said that Yi Hao's alchemy isn't good? Yi Hao is also a genius in alchemy, Guo Shuafu said unhappily. Oh, is that so? What's Yi Hao's level? Guo Zhenyu's curiosity was aroused when he heard what his daughter said. After all, his entire life was spent dealing with medicinal pills. He was naturally willing to see some alchemy geniuses. This. Guo Shuafu was immediately speechless because she didn't know what Yi Hao's alchemy profession was like. Just now, she was just venting her anger. Junior sister, since he's so good, why don't you let me have a written test with him? Guo Shuafu was Gudanzan's goddess. She was the existence that countless young talents in Gudanzan wanted. But now that Guo Shuafu was in Yi Hao's hands and she was speaking up for Yi Hao, the group of disciples couldn't accept it. At this moment, Huang Yu stood up and said. Huang Yu looked at Yi Hao provocatively. I can't beat you in martial arts, but I don't believe that I can't beat you in alchemy. No matter what, Gudanzan was second to none in the world of alchemy in the 10,000 countries continent. Although Gudanzan was in decline, Gudanzan was still a superior alchemy school. In the alchemy school, they still had the right to speak. Huang Yu was also one of the best among the younger generation in Gudanzan. He had always been a genius since he was young. In his alchemy profession, he had been rising rapidly. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat Yi Hao. Sorry, I have something important to do. I don't have time to talk nonsense. Yi Hao glanced at Huang Yu and said. What a joke. He was now focused on finding the primary saint grass and refining the peak martial sage elixir. He didn't have time to deal with Huang Yu's boring written tests. Huang Yu was speechless. He didn't expect Yi Hao to not give him any face. Seeing that all his junior brothers were standing there, Huang Yu was naturally unwilling to let it go. Senior brother, this kid is too arrogant. Junior brother, you're Gudanzan's genius. You can't let this kid go so easily. Senior brother, you must compete with him. Show him the power of our Gudanzan. Seeing that the goddess of their dreams, Guo Shuafu, had been snatched away by Yi Hao, all the senior and junior brothers were jealous and started to speak up. They were trying to provoke Huang Yu so that he could compete with Yi Hao. Guo Zhenyu didn't think highly of Yi Hao, so he was afraid that he would embarrass Yi Hao. He coughed and said, "Don't mess around." Since the sect leader had spoken, the disciples naturally didn't dare to say anything else. Huang Yu was still unwilling to give up. Sect leader, junior sister said that this kid's alchemy skills are excellent. I just want to learn from him. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this, right? Guo Zhenyu glared at Huang Yu. He didn't expect this kid to be so insensible. He was really afraid that he would anger Yi Hao. If Yi Hao decided to use force to settle this, he wouldn't be able to stop him. That's right, sect leader. Let us learn from him. Alchemy skills are all friends. Since he's a genius, why not let us broaden our horizons? Seeing that the disciples were speaking up one after another, Huang Yu was secretly pleased. He looked at Yi Hao even more provocatively. In his opinion, Yi Hao didn't agree until now because Guo Shuafu was bragging for him. If he was really capable, why didn't he dare to compete with him in writing? Forget it, forget it. He doesn't think highly of us. He can't be bothered to compete with us, Huang Yu deliberately said. Huang Yu's words were like a fuse that ignited a bomb, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Chapter 508. It really works. After using the transmission talisman, Yi Hao found himself in Gudanzan. Yi Hao identified the direction and continued to fly towards the roaring Beast Valley. Now that he had the transmission talisman, at least his safety was guaranteed. Just now, he had clearly sensed a few powerful auras approaching. Who knew if there were any martial god-level existences in the roaring Beast Valley? If there were third-order martial god and below, he could rely on Zhuge Liang. If there were third-order martial god and above, he would be in danger. But with the transmission talisman, it was different. If he couldn't win, he could escape. Yi Hao flew to the entrance of the Roaring Beast Valley and found that no one had left yet. Huang Yu, on the other hand, had a sneer on his face. What made Yi Hao most angry was that Huang Yu's eyes kept darting between Guo Shuefu and Mu Qingyu. "Brat, what are you looking at?" Yi Hao gave up on his plan to enter the Roaring Beast Valley and walked behind Huang Yu, patting his shoulder. Huang Yu was admiring Guo Shuefu and Mu Qingyu's beautiful figures, and his lower body was reacting. Suddenly being patted from behind, he was startled, but his face was immediately filled with anger. In Gudanzan, he was one of the best. Someone dared to disturb his interest. Huang Yu was unhappy. Huang Yu rolled up his sleeves, turned around and punched Yi Hao, completely ignoring who Yi Hao was. Trash. Seeing that Huang Yu only had the strength of a martial emperor, Yi Hao slapped Huang Yu's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap attracted everyone's attention. Because Yi Hao's back was facing everyone, they could only see Huang Yu, who was holding his face in a daze. They did not see Yi Hao. Heavens, it can't be. Senior brother Huang Yu was hit. What the hell is going on? Why is it that senior brother Huang Yu is always on the losing end? Wait a minute, the person who hit him. Why do I feel a little familiar? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Immediately after, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction. This was because Huang Yu had used his talent to bully many people in Gudanzan. Many of the people who were bullied by Huang Yu felt great when they saw Huang Yu's swollen face. However, everyone was curious. Who in Gudanzan would be so bold as to hit Huang Yu? Moreover, one had to know that Huang Yu was not only a genius in alchemy, he was also not bad in martial art. He was already a martial emperor at such a young age. He was considered one of the best in Gudanzan. But now, he had been slapped in the face. Just when everyone thought that Huang Yu was about to explode, Huang Yu actually retreated. "It's you? How is this possible?" Huang Yu looked angrily at Yi Hao. He wanted to know who had the guts to hit him. But when he saw that it was Yi Hao, Huang Yu suddenly cried out. "Didn't you enter the Beast Roar Valley?" Huang Yu asked in confusion. Just now, he had seen Yi Hao enter the Beast Roar Valley with his own eyes. But why would Yi Hao appear in front of him? Didn't they say that one could only enter the Beast Roar Valley and not leave? Hearing Huang Yu's words, everyone immediately remembered why Yi Hao's back looked so familiar. Then, there was an uproar. They were puzzled and shocked by Yi Hao's appearance. "Yi Hao, why did you come out so quickly? Did you find the divine yuan grass?" Guo Shuefu and Mu Qingyu immediately flew in front of Yi Hao and asked. Yi Hao shook his head. "I picked up some teleportation talismans at the entrance of the Beast Roar Valley and wanted to test them out." Then, Yi Hao took out a bunch of teleportation talismans. Guo Zhenyu looked at the teleportation talismans in Yi Hao's hands and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. "This is Gudanzan's teleportation talisman." "Dad, you sent people into the Beast Roar Valley?" Guo Shuefu looked at Guo Zhenyu and asked. Guo Zhenyu nodded. "When I saw that Yi Hao could come out, I thought that others could too. But obviously, it was impossible." Guo Zhenyu smiled bitterly as he spoke. Yi Hao understood Guo Zhenyu's actions very well. After all, humans had an instinctive yearning for the mysterious. Even he was no exception. Yi Hao didn't say much to Guo Zhenyu and immediately entered the Beast Roar Valley. After all, time was precious. But when he entered the Beast Roar Valley and opened his eyes, he was instantly dumbfounded. "What the hell is this?" Yi Hao immediately shouted. It wasn't that he was timid. It was just that the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him was too frightening. Yi Hao looked carefully and realized that he was surrounded by more than 10 people. No, these weren't people. This was because although each of these people had a human body, none of them had a human head. Yi Hao looked carefully and realized that there were leopard heads, elephant heads, snake heads, and fox heads. Yi Hao really wondered if this was the rhythm of a masquerade ball. Unsurprisingly, these 10 pairs of eyes were staring at him with complicated expressions. Because from these eyes, he could see joy, excitement, disbelief, and all kinds of complicated expressions. Don't tell me they want to eat me, Yi Hao thought guiltily. Moreover, that wasn't all. Surrounding these 10+ people, there was also a dense swarm of ancient mutated beast. Why am I so unlucky? Yi Hao was speechless. This time, he had really fallen into a wolf's den. Yi Hao looked at these people warily. At the same time, he secretly held the transportation talisman in his hand. Sensing the aura of these people, each of them was at least a peak martial sage. Yi Hao was secretly shocked. And besides these 10 people, there were also many powerful auras. Unsurprisingly, if these people attacked him at the same time, he would definitely be turned into minced meat in an instant. Whoosh! The snake-headed person stuck his tongue out at Yi Hao. Hehehe, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy. The fox-headed person suddenly giggled. Hearing this seductive voice, Yi Hao felt that it was very pleasant to the ears. But when he saw that the fox-headed person was still grinning, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Yi Hao looked carefully, not daring to relax at all. He had to use the transportation talisman at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. I advise you not to waste your time. I guarantee that the moment you use the transportation talisman, we will tear you to pieces first. The leopard-headed person seemed to have seen through Yi Hao's thoughts and said directly. Hearing this, Yi Hao's heart skipped a beat. This is going to be troublesome. If these people weren't on guard, it would be fine. He could use the transportation talisman when they weren't paying attention. But now that they were prepared, it would be even more difficult to use the transportation talisman. Chapter 509. Even so, that did not mean that Yi Hao was going to give up just like that. Even if he did not use the teleportation talisman, he still had Zhuge Liang and Xiao Yi. The moment he entered the Beast Roar Valley, he had made complete preparations. He had thought of all the dangers he would encounter. Kid, if you listen to me, I might spare your life. The man with the lion head said arrogantly to Yi Hao. Ancient beast, three-eyed purple gold lion. Looking at the lion head, Yi Hao immediately recalled the description of the lion. The three-eyed purple gold lion had long disappeared from the records of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Moreover, the three-eyed purple gold lion was born with a powerful bloodline. It would be easy for it to break through to the martial saint realm. It was even possible for it to break through to the martial god realm. Moreover, the three-eyed purple gold lion was born with a powerful innate ability. It could fight against other magical beasts of the same level. Yi Hao did not expect to see a three-eyed purple gold lion here. Don't be rude. Suddenly, an old man's aura came from the group of magical beasts. Even though the aura was old, it was full of energy. Yi Hao looked around and saw an old man over 2 meters tall. The only difference was that the old man's head was that of a normal person's. The old man had a head of silver hair and looked very energetic. The old man held a walking stick made of some unknown wood in his hand and slowly walked towards Yi Hao. Old Gua. Seeing the old man, the group of magical beasts immediately saluted him. Stand up. The old man smiled amiably. The group of magical beasts immediately retreated to the side and waited for the old man's instructions. Lord, this person is very strong. I am not his opponent. Zhuge Liang's consciousness had been attached to Yi Hao all this time. Sensing the old man's unfathomable aura, Zhuge Liang transmitted his voice to Yi Hao. Yi Hao was secretly shocked. If Zhuge Liang said that he was not his opponent, wouldn't that mean that the old man's cultivation was at least 4th-order martial god? This time, he was really unlucky. Yi Hao looked at the old man cautiously. Although he wasn't a match for him, it didn't mean that he would give up so easily. Child, you must be Gudanzan's disciple. To Yi Hao's surprise, the old man did not attack him. Instead, he smiled and looked at him. Hearing the old man's question, Yi Hao couldn't help but frown. How did this old man know Gudanzan's name? Could it be from the mouths of those who were already dead? Yi Hao still did not let down his guard and was prepared to fight to the death at any moment. Seeing Yi Hao looking at him warily, the old man didn't blame him. He smiled and asked, Do you find it strange that I know about Gudanzan? Yi Hao looked at the old man suspiciously. He didn't deny it and nodded. I am Gudanzan, the patriarch of the Guo family, Guo Yifan. The old man seemed to be reminiscing. What? You are Guo Yifan? Yi Hao was stunned when he heard Guo Yifan's name. Guo Yifan's name might seem ordinary and unremarkable. However, Yi Hao had often heard Guo Shuafu mention it. This was because Guo Yifan was one of the few martial gods in Gudanzan. It seems that you know my name, kid. It seems that this group of kids isn't too heartless. Guo Yifan saw that Yi Hao had heard of his name. He couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. After all, he had been cooped up here for so long and had finally met someone he could talk to. However, Yi Hao pointed at the blood on the ground and said, "Since you are Gudanzan's patriarch, why didn't you help Gudanzan's disciple when he entered Roaring Beast Valley?" Yi Hao stared fixedly at Guo Yifan. If Guo Yifan was really Gudanzan's patriarch, how could he bear to see Gudanzan's disciple die at the hands of a demonic beast? No matter what, they were his disciples and grand-disciples. It was as if he had already known that Yi Hao would ask this question. Guo Yifan sighed and explained directly. It turned out that there was someone as powerful as Guo Yifan in this Roaring Beast Valley. The two of them had an agreement that Guo Yifan could roam around the Roaring Beast Valley as he pleased. Similarly, the ancient demonic beasts would be at his beck and call and would enjoy the treatment of a king. Similarly, Guo Yifan was not allowed to save any life outside the Roaring Beast Valley. If Guo Yifan violated the agreement, that powerful person would kill him at all costs. This was also the reason why Guo Yifan did not do anything when Gudanzan's disciple was killed. Although Yi Hao could understand Guo Yifan's predicament, Yi Hao despised Guo Yifan's actions. Because no matter what, Guo Yifan was Gudanzan's patriarch. As a patriarch, he naturally had to protect the lives of his disciples and grand-disciples, even if he had to sacrifice his own life. However, Guo Yifan had ignored the lives of Gudanzan's disciples for his own sake. This made Yi Hao feel bad. As if he could read Yi Hao's mind, Guo Yifan explained again, "Moreover, the Roaring Beast Valley is in danger again and we can't go out. Even if I save them, I won't be able to save them forever. However, if they die, then everything will be resolved and I won't have to suffer anymore. Moreover, Gudanzan has a rule that strictly prohibits people from entering the Roaring Beast Valley. What can I do if they insist on coming in?" After hearing Guo Yifan's words, Yi Hao felt that they made sense. However, he still felt that something was amiss and he did not understand what was going on. Then, "Elder Guo, you mean, you want to kill me?" Yi Hao looked at Guo Yifan and asked. "No." Guo Yifan shook his head. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have died 10,000 times already. Then, what does Elder Guo want to do?" Yi Hao knew very well that one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Therefore, Guo Yifan had to have something to do with him personally. "Nothing, I just have one thing I want to ask." "What is it?" Hearing that Guo Yifan had something to ask, Yi Hao was even more puzzled. No matter what was Guo Yifan's experience and what did he want to ask him? However, Yi Hao could see that everyone was looking at him eagerly. Immediately, Yi Hao had a rough idea of what was going on. Unsurprisingly, Guo Yifan must be dying to know how to leave the Roaring Beast Valley. After all, Guo Yifan had been in the Roaring Beast Valley for at least a few hundred years. If a person had been in a place for a few hundred years and still could not get out, then what was the difference between this place and a prison? "I want to know, what method did you use to leave this Beast Roar Valley?" Indeed. When Yi Hao heard Guo Yifan's question, it was just as he had guessed. "I used a transportation talisman." Since Guo Yifan was Gudanzan's patriarch, he was Guo Shuafu's patriarch as well. Therefore, Yi Hao did not hide anything from him. Chapter 510. Guo Yifan no longer had a harmonious smile on his face like before. Instead, he didn't look too happy. Guo Yifan squinted at Yi Hao. He didn't quite believe Yi Hao's words. If it was really as Yi Hao said, that they could leave this place by using a teleportation talisman. If that was the case, he wouldn't be staying here. "You don't believe me?" Yi Hao guessed that Guo Yifan wouldn't believe him. He immediately took out a teleportation talisman and used it. Yi Hao disappeared from the spot. Guo Yifan was stunned. He didn't even have to rub his eyes. Patriarch, did you sense anything else? Patriarch, did that kid really use a teleportation talisman? Everyone immediately asked Guo Yifan when they saw Yi Hao leave. Guo Yifan shook his head. It seems like that kid really used a teleportation talisman. Doesn't that mean we have a chance to get out of here? Everyone was excited when they heard Guo Yifan's words. They roared like beast. But can that kid bring us out? The person with the leopard head asked. Everyone quieted down when they heard the leopard head's words. Although Yi Hao could leave this place, the real problem was whether he could bring them out or not. Guo Yifan sneered. Don't worry. I'll pretend to be his patriarch. That kid will definitely bring us out of here. Patriarch, you have great foresight. Everyone immediately complimented when they saw the patriarch's expression. As long as we can get out of this godforsaken place, the outside world will fall under our feet. Patriarch, those people are delicious. Can I have my fill after we get out of here? Haha, you can eat as much as you want. They're just a bunch of greedy trash. Everyone started chatting happily. And that kid. He can come and go as he pleases. He must have some secret. I must dig it out. Guo Yifan sneered. Shuefu, are you sure that Patriarch Guo Yifan is really dead? Yi Hao asked Guo Shuefu anxiously as soon as he got out of Roaring Beast Valley. Guo Shuefu looked puzzled. She did not understand why Yi Hao would ask this. Guo Zhenyu immediately said, Patriarch Guo Yifan's soul crystal has been shattered in less than a month after he entered Beast Roaring Valley. Therefore, Patriarch Guo Yifan must have immortalized. Why do you ask? Yi Hao's heart tightened. There was indeed something wrong with that Guo Yifan in Roaring Beast Valley. Actually, Yi Hao knew from the very beginning that Guo Yifan was dead. Guo Shuefu had told him this personally. Therefore, when Guo Yifan in Roaring Beast Valley revealed his name, Yi Hao was also stunned. But luckily, he pretended not to know. Master, I seem to have sensed the aura of my companion just now. However, that aura was stronger than mine, so I didn't dare to reveal any of it. At this moment, the devourer in his mind suddenly spoke up. Could it be that Guo Yifan is also speaking for the devourer beast? Doesn't that mean that there is an origin fragment in the Beast Roar Valley? Yi Hao thought excitedly when he heard the devourer beast's words. It's fine. One had to know that Guo Yifan was a fourth-order martial god. Even Yi Hao couldn't help but feel pressured. In order not to arouse any worries, Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. To avoid arousing Guo Yifan's suspicions, Yi Hao could only head straight into the Beast Roar Valley. Patriarch, you should believe this kid's words this time. Yi Hao didn't show the slightest hint of surprise when he saw Guo Yifan. He smiled respectfully. Seeing that Yi Hao had reappeared, Guo Yifan sneered in his heart. However, on the surface, he maintained a harmonious smile and nodded his head in satisfaction. Oh right, Patriarch wants to ask you why we can't leave this place, but you can. Guo Yifan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yi Hao. Everyone also looked at Yi Hao nervously. Yi Hao revealed a cautious expression as he looked at everyone. Patriarch, there are too many people here. Kid, you're quite careful. Come with me. Patriarch chuckled. Yi Hao scratched his head in embarrassment. There's no one here. Hurry up and tell Patriarch how you did it. Guo Yifan pulled Yi Hao to a secluded corner and couldn't wait to ask. Yi Hao immediately looked around and said mysteriously, it's because of a treasure. As expected. Guo Yifan heard Yi Hao's confession. It was just as he had guessed. Yi Hao really had a secret. But what could he do? He still had to obediently fall into his trap. What treasure? Let Patriarch take a look. Yi Hao looked around again and took out a mind control pill from his spatial ring. Patriarch, this is the treasure. Elixir. Seeing the elixir in Yi Hao's hand, Guo Yifan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't imagine that the treasure Yi Hao was talking about was actually a pill. Guo Yifan looked warily at the pill in Yi Hao's hand. This is the treasure you're talking about. That's right, Patriarch. This is a treasure refined by our sect leader. I ate this, which is why I can freely enter and exit the Roaring Beast Valley. Yi Hao lied without batting an eyelid. Your sect leader refined it. Guo Yifan looked suspiciously at Yi Hao. That's right. Our sect leader wholeheartedly wanted to enter the Roaring Beast Valley, so he spent his entire life refining a few of these pills. Yi Hao made up a lie. How many of these pills do you have? Guo Yifan observed Yi Hao carefully and realized that Yi Hao had a serious expression on his face. He couldn't tell that he was lying at all. Therefore, he half believed and half doubted Yi Hao's word. If Yi Hao had 2 pills, then he would take one out and let his subordinate use it to test the authenticity of the pill. Yi Hao said with a pained expression, "There are a total of 3 pills. The sect leader has 1, I ate 1, and the one in your hand is the only one left." Guo Yifan finally believed Yi Hao when he saw the pained expression on Yi Hao's face as he stared at the pill in his hand. Moreover, Yi Hao looked so honest. He probably wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, he had had enough of this godforsaken place. It wasn't easy now. Now that there was a chance to get out, how could he let it go? Guo Yifan glanced at the pill in his hand, then looked at Yi Hao. Then, he popped the pill into his mouth. This old man is really cunning. Yi Hao sneered in his heart when he saw Guo Yifan swallow the pill. Since he didn't hear the system's notification, it meant that Guo Yifan didn't eat the pill at all. He was just pretending just now. Since you want to pretend, then let's see who's better. Yi Hao sneered at himself. Patriarch, what do you think? This is a teleportation talisman. Quickly use it and see. Yi Hao took out a teleportation talisman and handed it to Guo Yifan. Guo Yifan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Hao didn't look like he was faking it. Looks like I was being paranoid. Only then did Guo Yifan swallow the elixir in his mouth with ease. Chapter 511. Guo Yifan smiled as he looked at Yi Hao. He didn't look too happy. If it was really as Yi Hao said, that he could leave this place with a teleportation talisman, then he wouldn't stay here. You don't believe me? Yi Hao guessed that Guo Yifan wouldn't believe him. He immediately used a teleportation talisman and Yi Hao disappeared on the spot. Guo Yifan was stunned. He didn't even have to rub his eyes. Patriarch, did you feel anything else? Patriarch, did that kid really use a teleportation talisman? Everyone immediately asked Guo Yifan when they saw Yi Hao leave. Guo Yifan shook his head. That kid really did use a teleportation talisman. Then we have a chance to get out. Everyone was excited when they heard Guo Yifan's words. They all roared. But can that kid bring us out? The person with the leopard head asked. Everyone quieted down when they heard the leopard head's words. Although Yi Hao could leave this place, the real problem was whether he could bring them out or not. Guo Yifan sneered. Don't worry. I'll pretend to be his patriarch. That kid will definitely bring us out. Patriarch, you have foresight. Everyone smiled and complimented the patriarch when they saw his expression. As long as we get out of this godforsaken place, the outside world will fall under our feet. Patriarch, those people are delicious. Can I have as much as I want after we get out? Haha, you can eat as much as you want. They're just a bunch of greedy trash. Everyone started talking happily. And that kid. He can come and go as he pleases. He must have some secret. I must find out. Guo Yifan sneered. Shuefu, are you sure that Patriarch Guo Yifan is really dead? Yi Hao asked Guo Shuefu anxiously as soon as he left Roaring Beast Valley. Guo Shuefu was puzzled. She didn't understand why Yi Hao would ask this. Guo Zhenyu immediately said, Patriarch Guo Yifan's soul crystal has been shattered in less than a month after he entered Beast Roaring Valley. Therefore, Patriarch Guo Yifan must have immortalized. Why do you ask? Yi Hao's heart tightened. There was indeed something wrong with that Guo Yifan in Roaring Beast Valley. Actually, Yi Hao knew from the very beginning that Guo Yifan was dead. Guo Shuefu had told him this personally. Therefore, when Guo Yifan in Roaring Beast Valley revealed his name, Yi Hao was also stunned. But luckily, he pretended not to know. Master, I seem to have sensed the aura of my companion just now. However, that aura was stronger than mine, so I didn't dare to reveal any of it. At this moment, The devourer in his mind suddenly spoke up. Could it be that Guo Yifan is also speaking for the devourer beast? Doesn't that mean that there is an origin fragment in the beast Raw Valley? Yi Hao thought excitedly when he heard the devourer beast's words. It's fine. One had to know that Guo Yifan was a fourth-order martial god. Even Yi Hao couldn't help but feel pressured. In order not to arouse the devourer beast's worries, Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. To avoid arousing Guo Yifan's suspicions, Yi Hao could only head straight into the beast Raw Valley. Patriarch, you should believe this kid's words now, right? Yi Hao looked at Guo Yifan and didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. He smiled respectfully and said. Seeing that Yi Hao had appeared again, Guo Yifan sneered in his heart. But on the surface, he still maintained a harmonious smile and nodded his head in satisfaction. Oh right, Patriarch wants to ask you, why can't we leave this place, but you can? Guo Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. Everyone also looked at Yi Hao nervously. This. Yi Hao revealed a cautious expression and looked at everyone. Patriarch, there are too many people here. Kid, you're quite careful. Come with me. Patriarch chuckled. Yi Hao scratched his head embarrassedly. There's no one here. Tell Patriarch how you did it. Guo Yifan pulled Yi Hao to a secluded corner and couldn't wait to ask. Yi Hao immediately looked around and said mysteriously, it's because of a treasure. As expected. Guo Yifan heard Yi Hao's confession. It was just as he had guessed. Yi Hao really had a secret. But what could he do? He still had to obediently fall into his trap. What treasure? Let Patriarch see it. Yi Hao looked around again and took out a mind control pill from his spatial ring. Patriarch, this is the treasure. Elixir. Seeing the elixir in Yi Hao's hand, Guo Yifan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't imagine that the treasure Yi Hao was talking about was actually a pill. Guo Yifan looked at the pill in Yi Hao's hand cautiously. This is the treasure you're talking about. That's right, Patriarch. This is a treasure refined by our sect leader. I ate this, so I can enter and exit the roaring beast valley freely. Yi Hao lied without batting an eyelid. Your sect leader refined it. Guo Yifan looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. That's right. Our sect leader wanted to enter the roaring beast valley wholeheartedly, so he spent his entire life refining a few of these pills. Yi Hao made up a lie. How many of these pills do you have? Guo Yifan observed Yi Hao carefully and realized that Yi Hao had a serious expression. He couldn't tell that Yi Hao was lying at all. Therefore, he half believed and half doubted Yi Hao's word. If Yi Hao had 2 pills, then he would take one out and let his subordinates use it to test the authenticity of the pill. Yi Hao said with a pained expression, there are a total of 3 pills. The sect leader has 1, I ate 1, and the one in your hand is the only one left. Guo Yifan finally believed Yi Hao when he saw the pained expression on Yi Hao's face as he stared at the pill in his hand. Moreover, Yi Hao looked so honest. He probably wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, he had had enough of staying in this godforsaken place. Now that there was a chance to get out, how could he let it go? Guo Yifan glanced at the pill in his hand, then looked at Yi Hao. Then, he popped the pill into his mouth. This old man is really cunning. Yi Hao sneered when he saw Guo Yifan swallow the pill. He didn't hear the system's notification, which meant that Guo Yifan didn't eat the pill at all. He was just pretending. Since you want to pretend, then let's see who's better. Yi Hao sneered. Patriarch, what do you think? This is a teleportation talisman. Quick, use it and see. Yi Hao took out a teleportation talisman and handed it to Guo Yifan. Guo Yifan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Hao didn't seem to be faking it. Looks like I was being paranoid. Guo Yifan swallowed the pill in his mouth. Chapter 512. The Sacred Cauldron Hall was Gudanzan's noblest place. It housed Gudanzan's only sage artifact, the Crimson Fire Cauldron. And beneath the Sacred Cauldron Hall was a natural sacred fire vein. One had to know that refining pills not only required materials, but also a good cauldron and a fire source. A cauldron could increase the chances of success while reducing the difficulty of refining pills. and a fire source could perfectly refine the cauldron, removing the impurities in the herbs and increasing the quality of the pills. And here, only Gudanzan's Grand Supreme Elders and the sect master could use it. Normally, the sacred cauldron hall's doors were tightly shut, clearly off-limit. Rumble. Suddenly, the sacred cauldron hall's doors opened with a deafening sound. At this time, the elders and disciples below the sacred cauldron hall all looked up in the direction of the sacred cauldron hall. There was a sacred fire vein beneath Gudanzan, and the sacred cauldron hall had the purest sacred fire. And although the sacred fire beneath the sacred cauldron hall was of the same vein, it was much weaker. But that was already very good. Normally, only the elders and their favored disciples could refine pills beneath the sacred cauldron hall. Why is the sacred cauldron hall suddenly open? Which Grand Supreme Elder is refining pills? I don't know, I haven't heard any news. Who cares? Let's go take a look and see who's refining pills. Maybe we can take a look and broaden our horizons. Seeing the sacred cauldron hall's doors open, the elders and disciples began to discuss excitedly. This was because the sacred cauldron hall rarely opened. It's him. How could it be him? Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. How can an outsider enter our sacred cauldron hall? Hurry and get that kid out of our sacred ground. This is completely lawless. This is too much. Everyone was enraged when they saw Yi Hao enter the sacred cauldron hall. Because the sacred cauldron hall was their goal, their sacred ground. Even in their dreams, they dreamed of being able to refine pills in the sacred cauldron hall. But there was no doubt that the requirements to enter the sacred cauldron hall were very high. But now, the sacred cauldron hall that they had always dreamed of was actually being entered by an outsider like Yi Hao. How could they not be angry? Huang Yu also squeezed his way out of the crowd. When he heard that the one who had entered the sacred furnace hall was Yi Hao, he found it hard to accept. Grandmaster, I want to see the Grandmaster. This is simply too unfair. This is too childish. Huang Yu disregarded everything and shouted loudly in an attempt to ignite everyone's emotions. Actually, there was no need for him to instigate things. Everyone was already clamoring about how unfair it was. The sect leader has arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Everyone immediately quieted down and opened up a path. What's wrong, everyone? Why do you look so sad? Guo Zhenyu put his hands behind his back and asked with a smile. Sect Master, the sacred furnace hall is the symbol of Gudanzan. How can we allow an outsider to enter? This is a stain on our sacred hall. That's right, sect leader. The divine temple must not be tainted. Let's capture that brat and punish him severely. Sect leader, that brat trespassed into our main hall. We can't let him off so easily. Everyone felt indignant as they knelt on the ground and cried out. I allowed him to enter. Guo Zhenyu's expression suddenly tightened. What? Why? Hearing Guo Zhenyu's words, everyone was first stunned and then puzzled. The first rule of Gudanzan was that outsiders were not allowed to enter the sacred furnace hall. The second rule was that disciples and elders were not allowed to enter the sacred furnace hall. But now, as the sect leader, Guo Zhenyu was leading the way in breaking the rules by allowing an outsider to enter. How could they accept this? Guo Zhenyu, as the sect leader, how can you disregard the rules of the sect? Suddenly, an elder stepped forward and pointed at Guo Zhenyu's nose. How dare you? Do you still have this sect leader in your eyes? As the sect leader, Guo Zhenyu was actually being pointed at by his subordinates. His gaze froze and his face turned ashen as he looked at the elder who spoke. Suddenly, everyone could feel that the air seemed to have solidified in an instant. They could clearly feel Guo Zhenyu's anger. No one dared to look directly at Guo Zhenyu. Even the elder who had criticized Guo Zhenyu earlier couldn't help but panic when he saw Guo Zhenyu's gaze. We invite the Grand Elder to come out and enforce the sect rules. That elder was also a stubborn old man. Although he was afraid of Guo Zhenyu, he still gritted his teeth and spoke. We're here. What's the matter? Just as the elder's voice fell, several people flew over from afar. They were Gudanzan's Grand Elders. Greetings, Grand Elders. Seeing the arrival of the Grand Elders, everyone immediately bowed and greeted them. This was because the Grand Elder's seniority was even higher than Guo Zhenyu's by a generation. Grand Elder, the sect leader, allowed an outsider to enter the sacred furnace hall without permission. Grand Elder, please uphold justice and enforce the sect rules, the elder who had warned Guo Zhenyu hurriedly said when he saw the Grand Elders appear. It was as if he had found a backer. As for the Grand Elders, when they heard this, all sorts of changes occurred on their faces. Among them, the third Grand Elder looked at Guo Zhenyu and sneered inwardly. He had originally been bent on getting rid of Guo Zhenyu. Who would have thought that Guo Zhenyu would actually seek his own death and incur the wrath of everyone? Disciples, watch as your master takes revenge for all of you. The third Grand Elder's eyes flashed with killing intent. This was because he had always suspected that his disciples, the second Grand Elder and his son, had been killed by Guo Zhenyu. However, he had never been able to find any evidence. Sect leader, is what he said true? The first Grand Elder frowned slightly as he asked with a troubled expression. This was because in his heart, he was still considered neutral and supported Guo Zhenyu. However, if Guo Zhenyu really let Yi Hao into the sacred furnace hall, that would be a little too much. If that happened, Guo Zhenyu's prestige would be reduced by more than half. It's true. Guo Zhenyu admitted directly. This. Sigh. When he heard Guo Zhenyu admit it, the first Grand Elder sighed and shook his head. Sect leader, although you are the sect leader, you have ignored the sect rules. This is a little troublesome. The third Grand Elder sneered when he saw that the first Grand Elder wasn't speaking. Then what do you want to do? Guo Zhenyu stared at the third Grand Elder and asked. I think that you are not suitable to be the sect leader. You should choose someone else. Oh, then which disciple of yours is suitable? What do you mean? Although the third Grand Elder wholeheartedly wanted to grasp the position of the sect leader in his own hands, he felt that it was inappropriate for him to do so. At this moment, Guo Zhenyu had shed all pretense of cordiality. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. It's fine if you don't want me to be the sect leader, but you have to ask for their opinion. Guo Zhenyu's gaze swept across the crowd. Chapter 514. Pill Explosion Technique. With the help of the system, refining pills became several times easier. Hearing the system notification of completion, Zhongxian nodded. Yi Hao didn't choose to end it. Instead, he used the pill explosion technique. Following the use of the pill explosion technique, the sacred fire below the cauldron became even more vigorous. Normally, when refining pills, one would retract the fire and let the pills condense and cool down. Then, the refinement would succeed. However, the pill explosion technique allowed the pills that were supposed to condense to break down again. It allowed the cauldron fire to refine the impurities in the pills and reassemble them into new pills. However, the pill explosion technique was something that defied the natural order. Yi Hao knew about it, but no one else had seen it before. At this moment, Guo Zhenyu felt like there were 10,000 curses in the depths of his heart. Galloping past. He was a little regretful now. Should he not have made the bet? In the beginning, he still had a glimmer of hope for Yi Hao's pill refinement. Now that he saw this scene, his only hope was completely snuffed out. Although refining pills became much easier with the system around, he still had to use the necessary hand seals. Yi Hao immediately formed a set of hand seals and entered the cauldron. Then, he immediately retracted the fire. The cauldron returned to calm. So many people. After refining the first round of pills, Yi Hao realized that the outside of the sacred cauldron hall was already packed with people. Eldest young Master Yi, how's your pill refinement? I wonder if you can broaden my horizons. Seeing that Yi Hao had finished refining pills, Third Elder San asked. In the eyes of Third Elder, everything that Yi Hao had done was complete nonsense. It would be a miracle if he could succeed. Third Elder looked at Guo Zhenyu mockingly as he spoke to Yi Hao. Hearing Third Elder's words, Yi Hao instantly understood that he was here to cause trouble again. Since he was here to cause trouble, Yi Hao wasn't going to be polite. Who do you think you are? Third Elder's smile instantly froze when he heard Yi Hao's words. It was as if he had eaten a dead fly. No matter what, he he was still Gudanzan's third highest elder. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Hao wouldn't give him any face. Impudent. This is our Gudanzan's third supreme elder. Don't be rude. Huang Yu seized the opportunity and immediately shouted. Why? Are you asking for a beating again? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and rubbed his palms together. Seeing Yi Hao rubbing his palms, Huang Yu wanted to refute, but his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. Now that he thought about it, the memory of Yi Hao beating him up was still fresh in his mind. Although his face had already recovered, he could still feel the burning sensation on his face. Yi Hao, how is it? Guo Zhenyu asked with concern. At the same time, he was very nervous. Not for anything else, but because whether or not Yi Hao could successfully concoct pills would determine whether or not he could keep his position as the sect leader. But looking at the current situation, it was very difficult. However, Guo Zhenyu still held a trace of hope in his heart. Humph. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't give him any face, Third Supreme Elder couldn't help but snort coldly. He stood by the side and watched quietly. In any case, Guo Zhenyu had already boasted in front of everyone that as long as Yi Hao didn't successfully concoct pills, he would get lost from his position as the sect leader. What's the matter? Hearing Guo Zhenyu's question, Yi Hao asked in return. He was a little curious now. Why were there so many people concerned about whether or not he could successfully concoct pills? Guo Zhenyu sighed and immediately transmitted his voice to Yi Hao to explain. You guys actually made a bet. Yi Hao was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that these people would use this as a bet, but seeing Guo Zhenyu and Third Supreme Elder's expressions, Yi Hao immediately understood what was going on. These people must have seen his crude and simple pill concoction technique and thought that he didn't know how to concoct pills. Therefore, this Third Supreme Elder thought that he would definitely win. But Guo Zhenyu was the opposite. However, Yi Hao also admired Guo Zhenyu in his heart. He actually dared to bet on his pill concoction technique after seeing his pill concoction technique. How daring was he? It's over. Seeing Yi Hao's stunned expression, Guo Zhenyu's heart instantly sank. Forget it. If I lose, so be it. Guo Zhenyu immediately sighed and comforted himself. Thinking of this, Guo Zhenyu immediately said, I admit defeat. Hearing Guo Zhenyu's words, the disciples and elders were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Guo Zhenyu to admit defeat so easily. As for Third Supreme Elder, when he heard Guo Zhenyu's words, he instantly beamed with joy. Wait a minute. Before Guo Zhenyu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Hao. Everyone looked at Yi Hao one after another. Yi Hao smiled and said, Who said that we lost? Don't tell me you succeeded in concocting pills. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Guo Zhenyu's originally desolate heart became lively again. As for Third Supreme Elder, when he heard Yi Hao's words, the smile on his face froze again. He looked at Yi Hao in confusion and then looked at the pill concoction furnace. He realized that there wasn't even the slightest bit of pill fragrance on the pill concoction furnace. This couldn't be any more obvious. The pill concoction had failed. He didn't understand what Yi Hao meant by interrupting at this time. I heard that you like to bet. Yi Hao looked at Third Supreme Elder. When Third Supreme Elder saw Yi Hao's gaze, he panicked for no reason. Looking at Yi Hao's confident smile, he actually forgot to answer for a moment. Why don't we raise the stakes? What stakes? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Third Supreme Elder looked at Yi Hao in confusion. He didn't understand what Yi Hao was up to. And Guo Zhenyu was also looking at Yi Hao in confusion. He realized that he couldn't see through Yi Hao at all. However, he had already given up. Now, he could only treat this as a last resort. No matter what Yi Hao did, the worst outcome would just be losing his position as sect master. Let's bet on whether my pill concoction succeeds or not, Yi Hao said as he pointed at the pill concoction furnace that stood quietly in the middle of the hall. If I win, what will I get? Third Supreme Elder narrowed his eyes as he pondered in his heart. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao. If you win, I'll help you control Gudanzan completely. I'll definitely not find trouble with you. Are you serious? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Third Supreme Elder's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the first part of the sentence. What he cared about was the second part. At this moment, Third Supreme Elder could no longer control the excitement in his heart. This was because although he had made a bet with Guo Zhenyu previously, he was still worried. He was worried that if Guo Zhenyu lost, Yi Hao would find trouble with him. He knew that he wasn't a match for the martial god. However, with Yi Hao's words, he had no scruples. When Guo Zhenyu heard Yi Hao's words, he couldn't help but frown deeply. He didn't understand why Yi Hao wanted to make a bet with Third Supreme Elder. Was this a ploy by Yi Hao to scare Third Supreme Elder? Or had Yi Hao really succeeded in concocting the pill? Guo Zhenyu couldn't help but look at the pill concoction furnace. He realized that he couldn't see any trace of success. He turned to look at Yi Hao. Similarly, he couldn't tell what Yi Hao was thinking. Chapter 5:15. What if I lose? The third highest elder was very tempted by Yi Hao's bet, but he still asked cautiously, "I'll cripple your cultivation, destroy your alchemy skills, and make you a slave in Gudanzan for all eternity." Yi Hao said icily with a stern gaze. What? Regarding this bet, everyone was speechless for a moment. This was because this bet was simply too overbearing. Although it wouldn't harm the third highest elder's life, his cultivation would be crippled. Regardless of whether it was crippling his cultivation, destroying his alchemy skills, or even making him a slave for all eternity, any one of these options was much more ruthless than killing him. The third highest elder's expression changed again and again when he heard this bet. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The third highest elder stared at Yi Hao, hoping to glean something from Yi Hao's eyes. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Yi Hao's eyes didn't waver at all. Bet? Or not bet? The third highest elder's heart instantly sank into a dilemma. Although he was very confident about winning this bet, he had a very high chance of winning. However, when he saw Yi Hao's confident expression and the punishment for losing, he didn't dare make a decision for a moment. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on the third highest elder. They wanted to know whether the third highest elder dared to bet or not. Are you betting or not? If you aren't, then leave this place. Don't disturb my alchemy, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw the third highest elder hesitate. I'll bet. The third highest elder gritted his teeth and chose to believe in himself. After all, victory was right in front of him. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would get another one? He actually made the bet. The third highest elder was indeed the third highest elder. I knew that the third highest elder would bet. I reckon that the third highest elder would win this bet. It seemed like that kid's bravado didn't scare the third highest elder. Everyone started discussing once again when they heard the third highest elder's words. However, the majority of people were still optimistic about the third highest elder. Many people even looked at Guo Zhenyu with pity in their eyes. After all, this bet was related to whether or not Guo Zhenyu could protect the sect leader's reputation. There were even quite a few people who looked at Yi Hao with strange gazes. They were all suspecting whether or not Yi Hao was in cahoots with the third highest elder to deliberately set a trap for Guo Zhenyu. Then I'll open the cauldron, Yi Hao said and was about to open the cauldron. Wait a moment. Supreme Third Elder suddenly moved to stop him. What? Are you regretting it? Yi Hao looked at Third Supreme Elder. Mph, how could I possibly regret it? I was just worried and wanted to find someone to personally open it. Supreme Third Elder coldly snorted. He still hadn't let down his guard against Yi Hao. He was also afraid that Yi Hao would do something when he took out the pills. That would be bad. Yi Hao shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. You go, open the pill furnace for me. Supreme Third Elder swept a glance at the crowd before he pointed at Huang Yu and said, Understood. Seeing that Supreme Third Elder had personally pointed at him, it was obvious that he was going to be taken seriously. Huang Yu immediately became excited. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on him. Huang Yu straightened his back and strode towards the sacred cauldron hall. Huang Yu glanced at Yi Hao but didn't dare to look at Yi Hao directly. He sneered as he walked past Yi Hao. Open. Huang Yu circulated his strength and opened the lid of the cauldron. At this moment, everyone, including Guo Zhenyu and the Grand Elders, stretched their necks to see what was inside the cauldron. But when the cauldron was opened, they didn't notice any changes. There wasn't even a trace of medicinal fragrance. It was as if it hadn't been used at all. If not for the fact that everyone saw Yi Hao adding herbs into the cauldron with their own eyes, they would have suspected that Yi Hao didn't refine pills at all. Ha ha ha, looks like I've won. Supreme Third Elder couldn't help but laugh proudly when he saw the cauldron lid open. Sure enough, this kid was bluffing. I knew it from the start. I didn't expect Supreme Third Elder to really win. Then wouldn't the sect leader? At this point, everyone couldn't help but look at Guo Zhenyu. After all, Guo Zhenyu had been the sect leader for so many years and had led Gudanzan for so many years. They really couldn't get used to it when he was suddenly taken down. At this moment, Guo Zhenyu's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he would lose so thoroughly. Guo Zhenyu looked at Supreme Third Elder's smug face and suppressed a bellyful of anger. But there was nothing he could do. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao again and realized that he was still expressionless. He could only sigh. Sigh, ah. What is this? Huang Yu opened the cauldron and saw two black round objects lying quietly on the surface of the cauldron. They looked like pills but didn't have the smell of pills. And they looked ordinary, just like black mud. Huang Yu used his own experience to confirm that they weren't pills. Huang Yu wanted to humiliate Yi Hao, so he couldn't help but raise the decibel of his voice. Although the crowd couldn't see the situation inside the cauldron, their curiosity was ignited when they heard Huang Yu's words. As for the Supreme Elders, their hearts tightened. Especially Supreme Third Elder, he stared at the cauldron motionlessly. Let's go and take a look. Supreme Third Elder said and shot towards the cauldron. It wasn't just Supreme Third Elder. The other Supreme Elders and even Guo Zhenyu flew over curiously. What is this? Trash pills? Trash pills are already praising it. Even if they are trash pills, they still have martial strength or medicinal fragrance. That's good. They're just **T. Yi Hao, what else do you have to say? Keep your promise. Gudanzan is mine. Get rid of these old things for me. Third Supreme Elder proudly laughed. After laughing, he pointed at the other Supreme Elders and said, let's go. Supreme Third Elder, what do you mean? We didn't provoke you. You don't have to be so ruthless. Supreme Third Elder, let's talk nicely. There's no need to be so cruel. The few Grand Elders immediately took a few steps back and angrily pointed at the third Grand Elder as they spoke. If you don't want to die, you can choose to rely on me and you can keep your life. Supreme Third Elder stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. The Supreme Elders instantly looked at each other. They couldn't make a decision at that moment. The Supreme Elders looked at Yi Hao. They wanted to know if Yi Hao would honor the bet. As alchemists, can't you see that these are two pills? Haha, you call this a pill? Are you crazy? Do you think that just because it's round, it's a pill? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the third Supreme Elder interrupted without any restraint. Watch carefully. The moment Yi Hao finished speaking, he suddenly held the two pills in his hand. Cracking sounds could be heard. Could it be that he didn't want to lose face and wanted to destroy these two black balls? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Chapter 5:16. What is he doing? Why did he destroy the elixir? Could it be that he can't stand it anymore and feels that he is losing face? How can that thing he refined be called an elixir? Even a 3-year-old child's elixir is better than his. Everyone watched as Yi Hao crushed the elixir in his hand and everyone started discussing. What is that? Why is it so dazzling? Everyone didn't understand what Yi Hao was doing. But at this moment, they suddenly saw a dazzling light burst out from Yi Hao's hand. Everyone consciously covered their eyes with their hands. Rumble. Suddenly, the cloudless sky began to rumble with thunder. 2 balls of light shot out from Yi Hao's hand and flew into the sky. At this moment, everyone could see clearly that the dazzling light was actually 2 elixirs. Elixirs can emit light? Many disciples were puzzled. Only a few elders were deep in thought when they saw this scene. Third Supreme Elder's expression changed again and again. He had a look of disbelief as he stared blankly at the sky. Guo Zhenyu was also shocked. He thought in disbelief, how is this possible? At their level, of course, they knew that the elixir that could cause a phenomenon in heaven and earth and undergo a lightning tribulation was at least a sage-level elixir. And sage-level elixirs could only be refined by a sage-level alchemist. And it was difficult to find a sage-level alchemist among hundreds of millions of people. Even Gudanzan only had a sage-level alchemist when it was first established. And since then, there had never been a sage-level alchemist. Otherwise, Gudanzan wouldn't have gradually declined. Even he and the other Supreme Elders were only Emperor-level alchemists. The highest they could refine was an Emperor-level elixir. And the failure rate was very high. And they didn't even dare to think about refining a sage-level elixir. Not only was it a waste of resources, but it was also because even if they refined it 100 or 1,000 times, it was very difficult to succeed once. And they couldn't easily take out the resources to refine it 100 or 1,000 times. And such a young man that they looked down on actually refined a sage-level elixir. How could they not be shocked? One must know how old Yi Hao was. He was already very powerful in terms of martial arts, and now he was so powerful in terms of alchemy. How could they survive? Meanwhile, some of the elders were still feeling ashamed of what they had said about Yi Hao. This was a blatant slap to the face. Previously, he had even said that Lin Fan did not know how to concoct pills and that the things he concocted were dog tea. However, the things that Lin Fan concocted were saint pills. They were the ones who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Seeing the strange phenomenon caused by the divine elixir, the crowd watched quietly. As alchemists, they could die without regrets after witnessing the divine elixir tribulation. How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? As a genius disciple, Huang Yu was naturally aware of what was happening in front of him. However, he would never have thought that this pill was concocted by Yi Hao, who was about the same age as him. Thinking back to how he had insisted on competing with Yi Hao earlier, he even had the thought of killing himself. Her alchemy skills couldn't even compare to Yi Hao's. Only now did Huang Yu know why Yi Hao couldn't be bothered to compete with her. It was because they weren't on the same level. Now that she thought about it, Huang Yu realized how ridiculous and arrogant she had been. This isn't real. This isn't real. At this moment, the third highest elder couldn't keep his composure anymore as he screamed in his heart. He couldn't accept that a young man who didn't even know how to refine elixirs could be concocted. But now, Yi Hao had refined a sage-level elixir. The difference was simply too great. He couldn't accept it. That was a sage-level elixir. He probably wouldn't be able to refine it in his entire life, but Yi Hao had done it. Most importantly, thinking back, Yi Hao had refined the two sage-level elixirs so casually. It was like a child's doodle. The third highest elder realized that he hadn't seen Yi Hao clearly from the beginning. To be able to refine a sage-level elixir so casually, Yi Hao was definitely not an ordinary person. He was definitely an existence that he couldn't reach. If this happened to someone older than him, the third highest elder could still barely accept it. But Yi Hao was just a young man. How could he accept it? Third highest elder, it seems like you're going to lose. Seeing this scene, Guo Zhenyu's heart was in turmoil. He was extremely shocked, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he had kept his position as the sect master. At the same time, he had gotten rid of his greatest enemy in Gudanzan, the third highest elder. Guo Zhenyu's tone was a little smug as he looked at the third highest elder. The third highest elder's face was pale. Looking at the lightning tribulation that was still condensing in the sky, he snorted coldly. The elixir can only be considered a true sage-level elixir after the lightning tribulation. It's still too early to say. Guo Zhenyu frowned. He didn't expect the third highest elder to be so shameless. Indeed, refining a sage-level elixir was only the first step. The most important step was to go through the lightning tribulation. If it passed, it would become a true sage-level elixir. If it failed, it would turn into nothingness. You must succeed. Guo Zhenyu couldn't help but pray in his heart as he looked at the mighty thunderclouds in the sky. After all, he wasn't sure if the quality of Yi Hao's sage-level elixir would be able to pass through this powerful lightning tribulation. Catcher! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. A purple lightning bolt struck the 2 sage elixir pills. Everyone wanted to open their eyes wide to see this scene with their own eyes. However, the light was too dazzling, so they could only close their eyes. When the thunder disappeared, everyone couldn't wait to look at the 2 sage elixir pills. It's a success! Guo Zhenyu shouted excitedly when he saw the 2 perfect sage elixir pills. Everyone also looked at the 2 sage elixir pills excitedly. After all, being able to see 2 sage elixir pills successfully pass the tribulation with their own eyes was enough for them to show off. Rumble. However, before everyone could talk about it, the thunderclouds in the sky rumbled again. What's going on? Isn't the tribulation over? Everyone looked at Guo Zhenyu in confusion. This sage elixir pill is too heaven-defying. It's beyond ordinary sage elixir pills. Even the heavens don't want to see it formed. The shocked First Supreme Elder suppressed the shock in his heart and said slowly, "Ha ha ha, as long as the sage elixir pills don't succeed, I will still be the winner. Lightning tribulation, quickly destroy these 2 sage elixir pills." Although the Third Supreme Elder saw Yi Hao's sage elixir pills, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, he could only force a smile and pray that the lightning tribulation would quickly destroy the 2 sage elixir pills. At this moment, everyone felt uncomfortable when they heard the Third Supreme Elder's words. All of them frowned. Even those who wanted to rely on the Third Supreme Elder had the same reaction at this moment. As alchemists, they admired powerful alchemists. Yi Hao was able to refine sage elixir pills at such a young age. Naturally, he had won their respect. Chapter 517. Why is there another lightning tribulation? Although Yi Hao knew that the divine elixir would trigger a lightning tribulation, he did not expect that there would be another one after the first one. However, Yi Hao was relieved when he thought about the effects of the peak martial sage elixir. Luckily, the lightning tribulation only lasted for 2 rounds and the 2 peak martial sage elixirs were perfectly preserved. Yi Hao looked at the peak martial sage elixir and realized that it was even brighter than before. Yo, I didn't expect this ancient alchemy sect to be different. When they saw us coming, they directly sent us a greeting gift. It seems that Gudanzan is really secretive. They even have a sage alchemist. It seems that the whole continent has been fooled by Gudanzan. He is not desolate at all. But so what? Didn't we still find out? Yi Hao looked at the sky and immediately kept the elixir. Hey, it's a young boy. Interesting. When Yi Hao kept the elixir, it naturally attracted the attention of Mu Shengzon and the other 2 patriarchs. Boy, be smart. Kneel on the ground and give us the divine elixir with both hands. The second patriarch looked at Yi Hao as if he was looking at an ant. Who do you think you are? Yi Hao did not hold back and retorted. You are courting death. After being scolded by Yi Hao, the second patriarch was stunned. Then, he threw a palm strike at Yi Hao. This palm strike was powerful. If it landed, Yi Hao would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Even the entire sacred cauldron hall would be affected. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The first patriarch shook his head and laughed. He had no intention of stopping the second patriarch from attacking. Guo Zhenyu's face changed and he immediately spoke up. After all, Yi Hao was such a young genius alchemist. He could not let him die here. Who are you? This is Gudanzan. Don't be presumptuous. Guo Zhenyu shouted and tried to stop the second patriarch. Today, we will teach Gudanzan a lesson. Today, Gudanzan will die. The 5th old ancestor said arrogantly. Guo Zhenyu looked at the attire of the 4 patriarchs and his face turned ashen. Are you all from Mu Shengzon? At least you have a discerning eye. You killed my 3rd brother. This enmity is unforgivable. The 4th old ancestor exuded a murderous aura. When the disciples of Gudanzan sensed the killing intent emanating from the 4th old ancestor, they felt their bodies and hearts tremble violently. The reason was none other than the fact that the 4 martial Godrealm progenitors were too outstanding. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me who refined the holy pill. The great ancestor asked in a deep voice. It's that brat. Third Supreme Elder immediately stood out and pointed at Yi Hao. What do you mean by him? Second brother, stop. Seeing that the third highest elder was pointing at Yi Hao, he hurriedly made a move to break the second ancestor's attack. Big brother. The second ancestor's attack was interrupted. He looked at the great ancestor unhappily. Second brother, a holy pill alchemist is rare. Why don't we use him to develop Mu Shengzon? The great ancestor immediately said. Big brother is right. The second ancestor pondered for a moment before glaring at Yi Hao angrily. Although he was displeased when Yi Hao talked back to him, he was still reasonable and knew how precious a holy pill alchemist was. You did well. Who are you? The great ancestor looked at the third Supreme Elder. The third Supreme Elder immediately replied, I'm Gudanzan's third Supreme Elder. Greetings, sirs. I have nothing to do with this group of people. They were the ones who killed your Mu Shengzon's men. The third Supreme Elder immediately disassociated himself from the matter. Traitor. Trash. I didn't expect him to be such a treacherous person. I've misjudged him. This time, everyone saw the third Supreme Elder's true colors and started cursing him softly. The third Supreme Elder glared at Yi Hao angrily before turning to the 4 ancestors. Sirs, which martial god among you was killed by this kid? That martial god died a terrible death. What? The 4 ancestors were enraged when they heard the third Supreme Elder's description. This time, their auras were exposed as expected. The first one to be suppressed was the third Supreme Elder. He could only shout with difficulty, sirs. I can't take it anymore. Everyone withdrew their auras when they saw the third Supreme Elder's wretched state. However, they still glared at Yi Hao with murderous intent. You killed our third brother. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. But now, we'll give you a chance. Either you die, or you serve us. The Grand Ancestor looked at Yi Hao and said in a cold voice. Based on the relationship between you 2 brothers, it doesn't seem like much. I thought you would kill me immediately. Yi Hao chuckled. The 4 ancestors were enraged when they heard Yi Hao's mocking words. Do you really have a death wish? We can fulfill your wish. If you want me to leave with you, kill him, Yi Hao suddenly said as he pointed at the third Supreme Elder. The third Supreme Elder narrowed his eyes when he saw Yi Hao pointing at him. When he sensed the gazes of the 4 ancestors on him, he started to panic. The third Supreme Elder retreated as he said, Sirs, I can also refine pills. Furthermore, I have never harmed anyone from Mu Shengzon. You can't kill me. I will be loyal and devoted to you. Do you know how to refine sacred pills? The great ancestor asked. The third Supreme Elder's face stiffened. He shook his head bitterly and immediately tried to explain. In that case, you can only die. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the great ancestor appear in front of him in a flash. Since you have performed well, I will leave you with an intact corpse. The great ancestor said slowly as he choked the third Supreme Elder. The third Supreme Elder struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. He gradually found it difficult to breathe until he lost all signs of life. When everyone saw the state the third Supreme Elder was in, not a single one of them felt pity for him. Instead, they felt extremely pained. The reason for that was because the utmost Supreme Third Elder had actually betrayed all of them at the crucial moment in order to struggle at death's door. All right, I can go with you. However, you cannot harm anyone here. Otherwise, I will absolutely not refine medicinal pills for you. Seeing the death of the third Supreme Elder, Yi Hao's emotions did not fluctuate as he continued. The ancestors felt even more displeased when they saw that Yi Hao still had other demands. The great ancestor said, Do you think you have what it takes to negotiate? Yi Hao shrugged his shoulders and ignored him. The great ancestor clenched his fists tightly and gnashed his teeth at Yi Hao. You better behave yourself. Otherwise, I will let you know that death is a luxury. Then let's go. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he actually flew out first. Chapter 518. Yi Hao gave Guo Zhenyu a reassuring look. He did not transmit his voice because he was afraid that the 4 patriarchs would sense it. Let's go. The patriarchs looked at Yi Hao's back and immediately chased after him. This was because compared to destroying the ancient alchemy sect, a sage-level alchemist was much more valuable. Why? Are you not going? After flying for a while, the first patriarch looked at Yi Hao, who had stopped, and asked in confusion. One of you seems to be missing. Yi Hao looked at the 3 patriarchs and asked with a smile. Haha, isn't it too late for you to realize it now? The 4th patriarch laughed proudly. It's okay. Yi Hao shrugged and asked, what do you think of this place? The 3 patriarchs frowned. They did not understand Yi Hao's meaning. But the first patriarch still said, the scenery is beautiful. It's a good place. That's good. Yi Hao said with a smile. What do you mean? Do it. Yi Hao ignored the first patriarch's question and said coldly. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a leopard was heard. The 3 patriarchs looked over and saw a black shadow that was hundreds of meters long pouncing on them. Its movements were as fast as lightning. The first patriarch saw this and sneered, so it's a little leopard. Old 5, let's play with him. Okay. The 5th patriarch immediately agreed. He raised a 10-meter-long saber and faced the leopard head-on. Is this what you're capable of? You overestimate yourself. The first patriarch sneered at Yi Hao. Is that so? Yi Hao pointed behind the first patriarch, then look behind you. Old 4. The first patriarch was afraid that Yi Hao would run away. He stared at Yi Hao and shouted at the 4th patriarch at the same time. The 4th patriarch immediately looked behind him. Big brother, what's wrong? Hearing the 4th patriarch's trembling voice, the first patriarch immediately turned around in confusion. Then, his expression changed. Lions that were hundreds of meters long, foxes that were hundreds of meters long, gorillas that were hundreds of meters long, elephants that were thousands of meters long. All kinds of giant ancient beasts stood in a row, looking at them. Even though he was a martial god realm expert, he could not help but feel his scalp turning numb upon seeing this. The great old ancestor and the 4th old ancestor looked at each other. The great old ancestor immediately shouted, "Capture that brat." He had no idea where he would get so many powerful demonic beasts in the future. Furthermore, they were able to tell with a single glance that those demonic beasts were all peak martial saints. They didn't dare to resist. Therefore, the most important thing now was to capture Yi Hao. As long as he captured Yi Hao, these demonic beasts would collapse on their own, but when they turned around and looked at Yi Hao, they were shocked again. This was because Yi Hao was sitting on the heavenly dragon throne, and there were 3 people standing beside him. They were Zhuge Liang, Little One, and Guo Yifan. All 3 of them were martial gods. Xiao Yi's cultivation was the lowest, a first-order martial god, Zhuge Liang was a third-order martial god, and Guo Yifan was a 4th-order martial god. 3 martial gods. 3 against 2. How were they supposed to fight? Run. The great old ancestor and the 4th old ancestor looked at each other and thought at the same time. They wanted to escape in 2 different directions. Roar tilde hiss tilde. However, it was too late for them to escape now. Many ancient demonic beasts had blocked their escape route. Kill these beasts. The great old ancestor snorted when he saw that their escape route was blocked. Old 5, stop playing. Finish them quickly and come help us. The 4th old ancestor shouted at the 5th old ancestor who was fighting with the Black Panther. The 5th old ancestor felt bitter. He wasn't in the mood to play. He didn't know why, but he felt that this Black Panther was much more powerful than an ordinary peak martial saint demonic beast. He knew that he had killed a peak martial saint demonic beast before. However, it had never been so difficult. But this Black Panther had brought him endless torture. Big brother, 4th brother, this demonic beast is very strange. It's stronger than ordinary demonic beast. The 5th old ancestor said bitterly. In fact, the great old ancestor and the 4th old ancestor already knew how powerful the ancient demonic beasts were. Moreover, each of them had to fight against 5 or 6 ancient demonic beasts. Their disadvantage was revealed in an instant. Poochie tilde cough cough. Big brother is too abnormal. The second-order martial god realm fourth old ancestor was the first to succumb to the attacks of 6 ancient demonic beasts. The fox's claw landed on the fourth old ancestor's chest, and he was sent flying. Fourth brother. Seeing the fourth old ancestor flying, the great old ancestor panicked and looked over worriedly. Plop. The ancient python took the opportunity to whip the great old ancestor with its tail. The great old ancestor couldn't withstand the attack and fell to the ground. Big brother, fourth brother. The fifth old ancestor looked at the great old ancestor and shouted angrily. Fifth brother, you are not their match. Quickly run. The great old ancestor shouted anxiously. Want to run? Guo Yifan sneered. In a flicker, he shot toward the fifth old ancestor. Looking at Guo Yifan, who was like an arrow leaving the bow, the fifth old ancestor didn't have time to think. He tried his best to escape. Do you think you can run away? Suddenly, the fifth old ancestor heard a mocking voice. The fifth old ancestor's face changed. Without hesitation, he slashed at Guo Yifan with the huge saber in his hand. Rumble. The huge saber caused the air to shatter. The momentum was terrifying. At this moment, the sky seemed to be moved by the saber. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and the air seemed to be frozen. Too weak. The fifth old ancestor thought that he could defeat Guo Yifan with all his strength. However, he heard Guo Yifan's disdainful voice behind him. The fifth old ancestor's face changed. He didn't expect Guo Yifan to be so strong. He was much stronger than him. Sensing the dangerous aura behind him, the fifth old ancestor tried his best to escape. At the same time, he threw the huge saber in his hand behind him. Boom! The fifth old ancestor, who was running away, suddenly felt a huge impact on his back. Then, he felt a sharp pain. The fifth old ancestor gritted his teeth. He ignored his injury and tried to escape. Boom! However, before he could fly out for even a second, his waist was once again hit by a violent impact. "Mph, you can take a beating," Guo Yifan sneered. He was toying with the fifth old ancestor like a mouse. "I advise you to let my fifth brother go. Do you know that the entire Gudanzan is in my hands now?" The first old ancestor warned Yi Hao angrily when he saw the fifth old ancestor being beaten up miserably. From the beginning, he didn't intend to let Gudanzan go. Therefore, he had asked the second old ancestor to go back on his word to Gudanzan. He wanted to control all the people in Gudanzan. He wanted to ask Yi Hao to refine elixirs for him. "You're courting death." Yi Hao's face changed suddenly. His voice became gloomy. Chapter 519. Seeing Yi Hao's angry expression, the first great ancestor and the fourth great ancestor were in a good mood. They looked at Yi Hao proudly. It was as if being able to see Yi Hao's anger was the greatest satisfaction they could get. "Kid, it's not too late to beg for mercy now. As long as you kneel before us, we might spare Gudanzan's life," the first great ancestor said proudly. "Kid, kneel down now. My big brother has a bad temper. If anything happens to Gudanzan, it won't be good." The fourth great ancestor laughed arrogantly. "Haha tilde, what are you laughing at?" The first great ancestor thought that he had Yi Hao under control. But when he saw the anger on Yi Hao's face suddenly disappear, he laughed mockingly. The first great ancestor's heart skipped a beat. He frowned and looked at Yi Hao in a deep voice. He did not understand how Yi Hao could still laugh at a time like this. From his point of view, Yi Hao and Gudanzan were very close. It was impossible for him to leave Gudanzan alone. "Aren't you afraid that I will really destroy Gudanzan?" Although he did not understand why Yi Hao was laughing, the first great ancestor threatened him again. "Look, who is that?" Yi Hao suddenly pointed behind the first great ancestor and said. The first great ancestor and the fourth great ancestor turned around suspiciously and shouted, second brother, that's right." The second great ancestor was like a pile of rotten meat being held in the hands of two ancient beasts. The first great ancestor and the fourth great ancestor's faces turned pale. Their only bargaining chip was gone. What they did not expect was that Yi Hao had already arranged people to guard against the second great ancestor. What else do you want to threaten me with? Continue. Yi Hao sat on the heavenly dragon throne and glanced at the first great ancestor. The first great ancestor was furious. He wanted to refute Yi Hao, but he did not know where to start. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Hurry up and do it. The fifth old ancestor was also caught at this time, and shouted unwillingly. All right, I'll grant you your wish. It's just a pity that you've wasted thousands of years of cultivation, Yi Hao said regretfully. Eat them. Following Yi Hao's order, the ancient beasts opened their bloody mouths and devoured a martial god realm expert. The benefits to them would be enormous. Thus, they were impatient to devour the four old ancestors. The faces of the old ancestors turned ghastly pale as they watched the numerous ancient beasts open their gaping mouths. Because they had thought that they might die. However, they had never thought that they would be eaten by an ancient beast and turned into a pile of dung. Stop, stop. Just as the beast's mouth was about to touch the grand ancestor suddenly shouted. What? Do you have something else? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. What will it take for you to let us go? Even though the grand ancestor did not want to beg for mercy, he could not care less about his reputation in the face of death. He did not notice that the grins on Yi Hao and Zhuge Liang's faces grew wider. According to Yi Hao's personality, he would kill anyone who offended him without mercy. However, he was in dire need of manpower now. Besides, killing a few old ancestors was only temporary. Instead, it would be more useful to take these few people under his command. However, it did not mean that Yi Hao would let them go so easily. At the very least, he had to suppress the pride of the old ancestors. Are you begging for mercy? You don't seem to be sincere enough. Yi Hao squinted at the grand ancestor, who had an unwilling expression on his face. The grand ancestor's expression changed, but he had no choice but to lower his head. The lives of his brothers were currently in Yi Hao's hands. It was his last resort. He had no choice but to lower his attitude. Senior, how can you let us go? It's very simple if you want to live. Take this pill or swear allegiance to me and I will spare your lives. Yi Hao took out the mind-controlling pill and said. What pill is this? The fourth old ancestor asked cautiously. However, Yi Hao did not answer at all. He just closed his eyes slightly as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The silence was frightening. Big brother, what should we do? The fourth old ancestor asked the grand ancestor. The grand ancestor smiled bitterly. Do we have a choice? The fourth old ancestor also smiled bitterly when he heard the grand ancestor's words. Indeed, there were a few giant mouths hanging over their heads now. If they did not swear or take the pill, it would be impossible for them to live. We'll take the pill. The grand ancestor made up his mind. Because in his opinion, even death was better than swearing an oath. Swearing meant that they would have to be loyal to Yi Hao forever. Moreover, it would affect their talent in their next life. Obviously, he did not want to do that. In their opinion, the mind-controlling pill in Yi Hao's hand was just a poison. Yi Hao wanted to use the poison to control them. However, it would definitely not harm their lives. Otherwise, Yi Hao would not have to go through so much trouble. Moreover, if they took the pill, they might even be able to obtain the antidote in the future and escape from Yi Hao's control. When the time came, they would work hard to cultivate and seek revenge on Yi Hao. The grand ancestor thought insidiously, but he was just imagining the best. He definitely could not imagine that there would be such a heaven-defying pill like the mind-controlling pill. All right, we'll take the pill. The grand ancestor made up his mind and said. Congratulations. You've made the right decision. Yi Hao opened his eyes again, took out 4 pills, and threw them to the 4 old ancestors. The 4 old ancestors were reluctant, but they had no choice but to take the mind-controlling pill under Yi Hao's gaze. Kneel down. Yi Hao immediately used the mind-controlling pill to control the 4 old ancestors. The 4 old ancestors did not have to react. They actually knelt down at Yi Hao's feet in unison. Ding dong. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 7th level Martial Emperor. At this moment, a notification sounded in Yi Hao's mind again. It was because he had subdued the 4 old ancestors that he was able to level up. One had to know that he was previously a 4th level Martial Emperor. After subduing all the ancient beasts, he broke through 2 levels to reach the 6th level Martial Emperor. Sensing the change in Yi Hao's aura, the 4 old ancestors were shocked. They did not understand why Yi Hao's cultivation could level up for no reason. Could he not be so infuriating? Let's go. We'll go back to Gudanzan. Yi Hao immediately kept the heavenly dragon throne. The second round of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony was about to begin. He had only refined 2 peak martial sage elixirs. He needed to refine more elixirs now. The moment Yi Hao returned to Gudanzan, a large group of people immediately surrounded him. Seeing that Yi Hao was safe and sound, the Grand Elder immediately led the disciples and bowed to Yi Hao. "Thank you, young Master Yi Hao, for saving our lives." They were completely moved by Yi Hao. Yi Hao had purposely lured the 4 old ancestors away for their safety. Chapter 520. Yi Hao, what's going on? Guo Zhenyu asked nervously when he saw the 4 patriarchs standing behind Yi Hao. "It's nothing. I've reached an agreement with all of you. You don't have to be nervous." Yi Hao smiled perfunctorily. After all, there were too many people here. He couldn't possibly say that he had subdued all the patriarchs, right? That's good. Guo Zhenyu heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but look at the 4 patriarchs. He didn't understand how Yi Hao had subdued the 4 patriarchs. The respect they had for Yi Hao couldn't be faked. But since Yi Hao didn't say anything, he couldn't ask directly. "Everyone, I'd like to use your sect's sacred cauldron hall. Is that okay?" Yi Hao asked the elders with a smile. Everyone shook their heads. None of them dared to object. Everything else aside, just the fact that Yi Hao could refine a sacred pill meant that Yi Hao was worthy of entering the sacred cauldron hall. "Young Master Yi, you can use the sacred cauldron hall as you wish. No one will object," the first Supreme Elder said. "That's right. As long as young Master Yi doesn't mind, you can use the sacred cauldron hall as you wish. I'll kill anyone who objects." The crowd had completely turned into Yi Hao's fans and were fighting to be the first to speak. Huang Yu, on the other hand, had an awkward expression on his face. In fact, he also wanted to compliment Yi Hao. After all, he was a young saint-grade alchemist. Not to mention Yi Hao, his future was limitless. He also wanted to curry favor with him, but when he thought about what he had done previously, he didn't have the nerve to do so. "Then I won't stand on ceremony," Yi Hao said and entered the sacred cauldron hall. Yi Hao skillfully threw the pills into the cauldron. At the same time, he turned on the fire source and started refining. Yi Hao's movements were simple and crude. No matter what kind of herb it was, he threw it all into the cauldron in one go. The Gudanzan disciples, including the elders, were all dumbfounded. "Oh my God, the holy elixir is actually refined like this." In Gudanzan, more and more people had gathered in front of the sacred furnace hall. He wanted to see how the saint pill was refined. But Yi Hao's method of refining pills made them doubt their lives. They were all doubting whether they had learned the arrangement of medicinal herbs, the time of placing them, and the control of the fire for nothing. Because Yi Hao did not use it at all. Success. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hao had already produced a pot of medicinal pills. 2 pitch-black medicinal pills were held in Yi Hao's hand. Yi Hao immediately placed them into a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand. That's it. When everyone saw this scene, they all secretly clicked their tongues. Everyone else aside, even the first Supreme Elder felt as if his eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. One had to know that as an Emperor-level alchemist, he would need several days to prepare before refining an Emperor-level medicinal pill. Moreover, the refining process would take a very long time, and he had to be very careful. Because if he was not careful and made a mistake in any of the steps, the entire pot of medicinal pills would be wasted. And even if the refinement was completed, the quality would be ignored. In terms of time, he was only a long way behind Yi Hao. Moreover, he was refining a holy elixir. While everyone was talking, Yi Hao actually started refining the second pot of medicinal pills. Is it that easy to refine a holy elixir? Doesn't he need to rest? Everyone thought that Yi Hao would definitely rest for a while after refining a pot of medicinal pills to replenish his energy. But Yi Hao did not seem to have any intention of resting at all. Are you sure he's refining a holy elixir? Isn't he playing around? Many of the disciples and elders who had arrived late asked in surprise. Big brother, this is how the holy elixir is refined. The second great ancestor looked at the first great ancestor in shock. One had to know that the first great ancestor had done a lot of research in alchemy. However, they had only heard about how difficult it was to refine pills. But seeing Yi Hao refining pills as if they were drinking water, it did not seem difficult at all. The first great ancestor looked at it for a long time and swallowed his saliva. Crazy. The first great ancestor knew that refining pills was definitely not that easy. Otherwise, his alchemy would not be half-baked. If they had not seen Yi Hao's 2 holy elixir pills with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. They definitely would not have believed that holy elixir pills were refined this way. This had completely subverted all the concepts of alchemy. Many people had already started taking out their pill furnaces and learning from Yi Hao's method to refine medicinal pills. Because seeing such a simple and crude method of refining pills, it was likely that anyone would be itching to give it a try. If he could really be like Yi Hao and refine pills so easily, then the efficiency of refining pills would definitely increase by several times. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Everyone turned around and saw a disciple's furnace exploding perfectly. What a scam! The disciple looked embarrassed. He did not expect to become the focus of everyone's attention. He cried out helplessly. He felt a slight heartache in his heart. After all, he had wasted a bunch of spiritual herbs. Who would have thought that the furnace would explode as soon as the spiritual herbs were placed in it? I didn't do anything wrong. The disciple carefully compared his actions with Yi Hao's and wondered if his actions were not simple and crude enough. Bang! 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 But before he could finish his thought, the sound of a furnace exploding continuously rang out. The disciple felt slightly relieved and embarrassed. What's the difference? The many grand elders and Guojianyu were also analyzing at this time. This was because they had also observed carefully. Yi Hao's refining method was similar to that of the other disciples. Why was Yi Hao able to refine holy elixir pills, while the other disciples could not even refine ordinary pills and their furnaces exploded instantly? Could it be related to the sacred cauldron hall? Some of the elders guessed. The grand elders pondered for a moment and then shook their heads. Guojianyu said, although the sacred cauldron hall has a holy cauldron and a sacred fire, it only has an additional effect on pills. Moreover, it is impossible to refine holy elixir just by throwing a bunch of spiritual herbs. The grand elder also nodded and said, Sect Master is right. I have used the sacred cauldron hall a few times. It is definitely impossible for it to be so effective. Yi Hao heard the explosion outside and immediately looked outside. They are all copying me. Seeing the furnace exploding outside, Yi Hao immediately understood what was going on. Then, Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. He thought to himself, how can you copy me? These people did not have the help of the system. How could they refine pills as easily as me? However, these people's actions gave Yi Hao a hint. The way he refined medicinal pills was simply too shocking to hear. Thinking of this, Yi Hao immediately put on an act and casually made some gestures. Chapter 521. In the eyes of an alchemist, alchemy was no different from a martial artist's martial arts. Therefore, when they saw Yi Hao's method, they thought that Yi Hao was using alchemy. All of them focused and wanted to memorize all of Yi Hao's actions. This pill incantation is so profound. It looks messy and disorderly. Our cultivation is still too shallow. Everyone looked at Yi Hao's messy alchemy and said in distress, "All right, you've seen enough." Yi Hao felt a little embarrassed as he watched the crowd imitate his method of making things up. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he closed the door of the sacred cauldron hall. Don't. I haven't understood it yet. Seeing Yi Hao close the door, everyone started to clamor. Young Master Yi's alchemy method is definitely a top alchemist. It's good enough that he can show us so much. Someone suddenly said. Everyone felt that it made sense. After all, they were already very lucky to be able to see a sage-level alchemist refining pills. How could they ask for too much? Did any of you see young Master Yi's alchemy method? I'll give you a batch of spiritual herbs to learn. Me too. I can give you a batch of finished pills. Whoever can teach me, I'll be his underling. Then, there was a wave of learning alchemy methods in Gudanzan. There were even some elders who set up a research group to study Yi Hao's alchemy methods. But the outcome was obvious. Where did His Majesty go? There are less than 10 days before the grand ceremony. What should we do? At this moment, in the Fire Dragon Empire, the Fire Emperor said anxiously. One must know that Emperor Hashan had found a large group of allies and had been building momentum. They kept slandering Yang Long's camp, saying that the Fire Dragon Empire was as timid as a mouse and did not dare to accept the challenge. And they had been provoking Yang Long's camp. Now, in the entire 10,000 countries continent, many forces were looking at Yang Long's camp, hoping that Yang Long's camp would give a reply. However, almost 2 months had passed, and there was still no reply from Yang Long's camp. On the other hand, Emperor Hashan was even more arrogant and condescending. This caused the Fire Emperor and the others to seethe with anger. They wanted nothing more than to give Emperor Hashan a tight slap across his face. This told everyone that Yang Long's camp was definitely not easy to deal with. But Yi Hao did not appear. Moreover, the Emperor Hashan's dynasty was very convenient. Now that he had the help of 3 imperial empires, and it was said that the Saint dynasty was helping as well, it gave them a lot of pressure. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Long's camp seemed to be at the heart of the storm. At this moment, everyone in Yang Long's camp was looking forward to Yi Hao's appearance so that he could regain his dignity. This was because the past few months had been too suffocating for them. Emperor Hashan, it seems like you will definitely get first place in the imperial dynasty rankings this time. That's right. Even the biggest dark horse, Yang Long's camp, doesn't dare to say anything. Who else would be a match for Emperor Hashan? Who else would dare to go against Emperor Hashan? At least Yang Long's camp is tactful. Otherwise, Emperor Hashan would definitely beat them until they piss their pants. At this moment, many emperors in the He Shan's camp had already gathered. They were all speaking respectfully to Emperor Hashan. I didn't expect Yang Long's camp to be so useless, Emperor Hashan laughed arrogantly. Who knew that they wouldn't even dare to participate in the competition? In the eyes of Emperor He Shan, the past 2 months were the best 2 months that he had ever lived. This was because in these 2 months, there were all sorts of people speaking respectfully to him every day. Each and every one of them obviously treated him as their backer. Moreover, he had become completely famous in these 2 months. Which country in the imperial dynasty would dare to provoke him now? Moreover, if one were to ask which country was the most famous in these 2 months, the answer would be Emperor Hashan's dynasty. Emperor Hashan's dynasty's reputation in these 2 months would definitely surpass that of many imperial dynasties and even sacred dynasties. Emperor Hashan couldn't wait for the second round of the competition to start quickly. This was because that way, he would be able to be in the limelight again. He was determined to crush the emperor's dynasty and become an emperor-level force in one fell swoop. He couldn't wait for Yang Long's camp to participate in the competition as soon as possible. This was because in his opinion, stepping on Yang Long's camp to rise to the top was the most satisfying feeling. However, from the looks of it, Yang Long's camp didn't dare to agree. In his opinion, Yang Long's camp was probably going to surrender. Emperor Hashan, when you become an imperial dynasty, don't forget about us. That's right. Emperor Hashan, since you're eating the meat, you should at least let us have a taste of the soup. No matter what, I'm definitely going to follow Emperor Hashan. In order to curry favor with Emperor He Shan, the emperors of many empires started to fawn over him. Don't worry. As long as I eat, I'll make sure you all drink. Emperor Hashan squinted his eyes and said with a smile. I hope that Yang Long's camp will agree to participate in the competition. Otherwise, It won't be fun. Emperor Hashan smiled proudly. Ha ha ha, Emperor Hashan is so mighty. Phew, I'm finally done refining. Yi Hao continued to refine the elixirs. When he finally finished refining the last pot of elixirs, Yi Hao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, 20,000. Yi Hao counted the peak martial sage elixirs and was secretly shocked. He had thought that refining 10,000 peak martial sage elixirs was already very good. However, he did not expect the refining to be so smooth this time. Moreover, he had doubled the number of elixirs through the elixir explosion technique. Moreover, these 20,000 peak martial sage elixirs were absolutely extraordinary. This was because they could create an army of 20,000 peak martial sage experts in an instant. Who in the Myriad Kingdom continent could produce 20,000 peak martial sage experts? With these 20,000 peak martial sage elixirs, Yi Hao was full of confidence in the Myriad Kingdom Grand Ceremony. Not to mention other countries, Yi Hao was confident that he could defeat all the countries below the imperial dynasty. Although I don't have many martial gods, I can use martial sages. If one martial sage is not enough to defeat a martial god, what about 10 or 100? Putting everything else aside, just the ancient mutated beasts were at the peak of martial saint realm. A single ancient mutated beast was capable of fighting against a low-level martial god. If two ancient mutated beasts joined forces, an early-level martial god expert would be defeated without a doubt. Of course, in the martial god realm, a small realm was the difference between heaven and earth. Compared to other small realms, the difference was much greater. Similarly, the martial god realm was divided into 10 levels. Although Yi Hao had not tested it before, if he had 20,000 peak martial sage experts in his hands, Yi Hao would not be afraid even if they were peak martial gods. However, although the elixirs were completed, there was still one last step to complete the refining. That was the sacred elixir tribulation. Previously, there were only 2 sacred elixirs, which did not cause much of a stir. Chapter 522. Yi Hao had originally wanted to let these peak martial sage elixirs undergo the tribulation in Gudanzan. But Yi Hao immediately gave up on this plan when he saw the people betting on the sacred cauldron hall. Yi Hao, how's the refining of the elixirs? Guo Zhenyu had not seen Yi Hao for a long time and immediately asked. It's all right. Yi Hao nodded and asked at the same time, Uncle Guo, do you have a remote place where I need to let these elixirs undergo the tribulation? Let me think about it. Guo Zhenyu immediately closed his eyes and pondered. Then, he opened his eyes and said, yes, come with me. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Guo. Yi Hao was overjoyed and said gratefully. Guo Zhenyu smiled and immediately flew out. Yi Hao immediately followed, and at the same time, the 4 patriarchs also followed. Looking at Yi Hao's back, the first Supreme Elder could guess what Yi Hao was going to do and resisted the urge to chase after him. After flying for half an hour with Guo Zhenyu, they arrived at a deserted desert. Looking around, there was no one in the desert. Most importantly, martial arts were sparse. Even demonic beasts could not be bothered to appear, let alone humans. Yi Hao and Guo Zhenyu flew for a while before finally coming to a stop. There shouldn't be anyone here. Those divine elixirs that are suitable for you will undergo the tribulation. Guo Zhenyu said and looked at Yi Hao expectantly. He was curious to know how many elixirs Yi Hao had refined over the past few days. According to Yi Hao's previous speed, he estimated that he had refined over 100 elixirs, or at least dozens of elixirs. Actually, Guo Zhenyu calculated based on Yi Hao's refining of 1 elixir at a time. He did not know that in order to save time, Yi Hao directly threw more than 10 elixirs at a time into the elixir furnace. Millimeter. Yi Hao looked around and felt that this place was not bad, so he instructed the 4 patriarchs, be careful. If anyone comes, kill them. With so many holy elixir pills undergoing tribulation, it was definitely not a small matter, so Yi Hao did not dare to be too careless. Don't worry, my lord. The great ancestor immediately said. At the same time, he took out his weapon and looked around vigilantly. Lord! Guo Zhenyu was stunned when he heard the great ancestor's words. He looked at Yi Hao in shock. Guo Zhenyu was very clear about the great old ancestor's identity. But now, he was actually addressing Yi Hao as Lord. What was going on? For a moment, Guo Zhenyu couldn't accept it. Guo Zhenyu was very curious. How did Yi Hao do it? But before he could think about it, something even more attractive appeared. Yi Hao took out a black-colored pill and crushed it. A bright light burst out and was tossed into the air by Yi Hao. 1, 7, 13. Oh my God, there are actually 13 of them. Although he was confident in his heart, seeing 13 divine elixir pills at once still shocked him. But before he could react, Yi Hao took out another black-colored pill and repeated the action of crushing it before tossing it into the air. 27. Guo Zhenyu counted carefully. He wanted to see how many pills Yi Hao had refined over the past few days. Rumble. At this moment, dark clouds started to gather in the sky and thunder started to rumble. Although the sky was dark due to the pressure, it couldn't cover up the dazzling light emitted by those holy elixir pills. 40. 52. 66. 98. There are more. Yi Hao took out a few more pills. At this moment, Guo Zhenyu felt his blood boiling. Even though he was the sect leader of Gudanzan, he had never seen so many pills. Guo Zhenyu stared at Yi Hao carefully. He wanted to see how many more pills Yi Hao had. This was because in his opinion, Yi Hao should be able to refine more than 100 pills. At this moment, Guo Zhenyu wasn't the only one who was shocked. The 4 old ancestors were as well. As martial gods, the 4 old ancestors had seen many things and they didn't think it was a good idea. But when they saw the tribulation of 100 pills, they were completely shocked. Just like Guo Zhenyu, they were shocked and looked forward to Yi Hao taking out more pills. This is already 150. Why are there still more? After counting for a while, Guo Zhenyu saw that Guo Zhenyu was still taking out pills. This seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. 200. 500. 1,000. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Guo Zhenyu was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. The 4 old ancestors were also in a daze as they looked at the holy elixir pills in the air. There are more. How many pills are there? Oh my God, this is too exciting. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao, who was still taking out pills. There were no words that could describe his emotions at this moment. Don't just stand there. Help me crush them. Although crushing 1,000 pills seemed like a lot, it happened in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Hao was a little annoyed, so he took out the remaining 19,000 pills. Crazy. Looking at the black pills piled up like a small mountain in front of them, Guo Zhenyu and the 4 old ancestors swallowed their saliva. As martial sages and martial gods, they actually felt that it was difficult to breathe at this moment. Looking at the huge number of holy elixir pills in front of them, they were so shocked that they couldn't breathe. Brother, stop fooling around. These are holy elixir pills. How could you just throw them on the ground? Seeing Yi Hao put the pile of holy elixir pills on the ground, Guo Zhenyu and the 4 old ancestors felt their hearts ache. Are these really holy elixir pills? Guo Zhenyu stuttered, unable to keep his composure. However, even without Yi Hao's reminder, he knew that these were really holy elixir pills. However, in his impression, holy elixir pills were very valuable. His dream was to be able to refine holy elixir pills. However, seeing a small mountain of holy elixir pills in front of him was a huge blow to him. Compared to Yi Hao, he felt that, as the sect master of Gudanzan, he had nothing left to live for. Guo Zhenyu trembled as he picked up a holy elixir pill and crushed it carefully, as if he was afraid of damaging it. Guo Zhenyu felt extremely excited and happy when he saw the holy elixir pill emit a golden light. This was an alchemist's infatuation with pills. It was like an antique enthusiast who had obtained a priceless antique. This kind of feeling was indescribable. Seeing Guo Zhenyu in a daze while holding the pills, Yi Hao couldn't help but urge him, Uncle Guo, hurry up and crush them. There are still a lot of them here. It won't be good if they attract powerhouses. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Guo Zhenyu said awkwardly, I was a little too excited. Chapter 523. Crack, crack, crack. Listening to the cracking sound of the elixir in his hand, Guo Zhenyu felt extremely comfortable for a moment. Looking at the divine elixir in his hand, it shed its black shell and emitted a golden light. Guo Zhenyu immediately threw the elixir into the air. Guo Zhenyu's mood, along with the initial nervousness, gradually became numb. This was because there were simply too many divine elixir that had passed through his hands. In an instant, there were already thousands of them. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the thunder and lightning were rolling more and more violently. After all, the degree of tribulation of one divine elixir was definitely different from the degree of tribulation of two divine elixir. What's more, this was 20,000 divine elixir. The scale of the tribulation was getting bigger and bigger, and at this time, it had attracted the attention of many people. What's that? It looks like tribulation clouds, but why are they still gathering? It's so strange, it's been so long, but the tribulation hasn't started yet. What the hell is going through tribulation? Let's go and take a look. At this moment, many experts were gathering in the direction of Yi Hao. After all, for a tribulation like this, the probability of a treasure being born was higher. For all the warriors, this was definitely a great opportunity. And as a warrior, for the sake of treasures, they would definitely risk their lives. After all, a treasure could change the fate of a person, a family, or a force. Such things happened too many times in the Myriad Kingdom continent, simply too many to count. Therefore, those who could sense the tribulation clouds immediately flew in the direction of Yi Hao. Looking at the dense and dazzling divine elixir in the sky, Yi Hao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Phew, it's finally done. At this time, Guo Zhenyu and the fourth old ancestor looked at the sky, completely stunned. 20,000. Guo Zhenyu counted carefully and found that there were 20,000 divine elixir. He really couldn't accept that these elixir were completed in such a short time by Yi Hao. Was he still human? Even a god-level alchemist couldn't do this. Guo Zhenyu was an alchemist, but the shock in his heart could be imagined. He had the urge to become Yi Hao's disciple. This was because the alchemy that he was so proud of was nothing in front of Yi Hao's alchemy. And most importantly, how old was Yi Hao? Yi Hao could no longer be described as an alchemy genius. Guo Zhenyu could only use the word monster to describe Yi Hao. 20,000 divine elixir pills was something that had never happened before in the Myriad Kingdom continent. After all, who could create so many saint elixirs at once? Did they really think that saint elixirs were cabbages? If someone else had told him that 20,000 saint elixir pills were going through the tribulation together, he probably wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, this scene was truly happening right before their eyes. What kind of master are we following? The four patriarchs were speechless. Thinking back, it was easy to blackmail Yi Hao for Mu Shengzon. Now that he thought about it, it was such a joke. With Yi Hao's alchemy skills, even god-tier factions would fight over him. The Thunder Tribulation has begun. The Thunder Tribulation had been accumulating for a long time and covered a wide area. At this time, Yi Hao was a little nervous. After all, this was 20,000 saint elixir pills. Who knew what would happen? Be alert. Yi Hao immediately said. This was the time when many people were the most restless. It was the easiest time for something to go wrong. With 20,000 saint elixir pills, there would definitely be many people who couldn't resist the temptation and made a move. At this moment, there were indeed many people who were watching this scene in the dark. But each and every one of them, in addition to being dumbfounded, was shocked. What's going on? Can saint elixir pills be mass-produced? Each and every one of them thought in shock. After all, they might have seen one saint elixir pills going through the tribulation. They might have seen two saint elixir pills going through the tribulation. At most, they might have seen 3 saint elixir pills going through the tribulation. But who had ever seen 20,000 saint elixir pills going through the tribulation? The degree of shock of that scene could only be imagined. In the sky, tens of thousands of square meters were neatly arranged with saint elixir pills. The saint elixir pills emitted a dazzling light, tempting everyone. After all, this was a saint elixir pill. In the Grand Continent, It was considered a top elixir. One could imagine how precious a saint elixir pill was. Many martial saints couldn't afford it. Whoosh tilde whoosh tilde whoosh tilde. Suddenly, there were several sounds of breaking through the air. It turned out that there were people who couldn't wait for the thunder tribulation to finish and wanted to snatch the saint elixir pills. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao's eyes turned cold. He said in a cold voice, "Kill them." As soon as Yi Hao's voice fell, the four great ancestors attacked together and killed everyone in an instant. Those who were hiding in the dark were shocked. They didn't expect that there were so many martial gods guarding here. But none of them were willing to leave. Yi Hao frowned. He was ready to summon all the ancient beasts at any time. Because he knew that those who couldn't help but make the first move were just some clowns who couldn't stand on the stage. They couldn't even be considered as cannon fodder. At least cannon fodder had brains. The real enemies were those who were hiding in the dark and hadn't made a move yet. "Master, I can sense the chi and energy of more than one martial god here," Chief Patriarch suddenly said with a serious face. "Master, it's the same on my side," Second Patriarch said with a pale face. "Same on my side, same on my side," Fourth Great Ancestor and Fifth Great Ancestor said at once. Yi Hao's heart sank. He didn't expect that there would be so many martial gods here. There were already so many martial gods, not to mention martial sages. In an instant, he lost his advantage in terms of numbers. Yi Hao was thinking carefully about how to deal with this. He believed that for so many saint elixir pills, those people would risk their lives to fight for it. But they couldn't just take his things as they wished. Those who wanted to take his things must pay the price. But he didn't expect that 20,000 saint elixir pills would cause such a huge commotion. Even in such a remote place, it had attracted so many spies. Boom, boom, boom. As Yi Hao pondered, 20,000 lightning bolts shot out from the tribulation cloud and bombarded the saint elixir pills. The purple lightning bolts collided with the shiny saint elixir pills and instantly became extremely dazzling. This scene was even more shocking. Cool. That was the only word that could describe the scene in front of everyone's eyes. Go. Many people thought that the tribulation cloud was over. Someone suddenly shouted and rushed toward the saint elixir pills, afraid that he would be a step too late. Boom, boom, boom. Before the four great ancestors could make a move, the tribulation cloud shot out several lightning bolts and bombarded the people who were reaching for the saint elixir pills. The people who were bombarded didn't have time to react and were instantly turned into ashes. Chapter 524. The rest of the people hiding in the dark were terrified when they saw what had happened to those who had acted rashly. They were glad that they had acted a little later. Otherwise, the ones who would have been reduced to ashes by now would probably be them. Rumble. The second lightning tribulation followed closely behind and struck down once again. The lightning tribulation was much thicker than the previous one and it struck the holy pills once again. Do it. Seeing that the second lightning tribulation was about to disappear, Yi Hao knew that the tribulation was about to end. Because of the two divine elixir pills before, Yi Hao knew how many lightning tribulations there were. However, the people hiding in the dark didn't know if the tribulation was over. None of them dared to make a move. Yi Hao and the four great ancestors instantly flew out and collected all the divine elixir pills in an instant. After all, the martial gods were powerful. It wouldn't take much for them to collect 20,000 holy pills. The people hiding in the dark were enraged. They didn't expect that Yi Hao would take away all the holy pills just because they had hesitated for a few seconds. Many of them regretted not making a move earlier. If they had made a move earlier, they could have at least gotten a few holy pills. "Master, we'll hold them back. You should leave now," the great ancestor said anxiously as he handed all the holy pills to Yi Hao. "Can you leave now?" Yi Hao smiled bitterly. After all, everyone saw that he had the holy pills. The first person they would kill would be him. Moreover, Yi Hao didn't intend to leave so easily. These people had dared to covet his holy pills. They would have to pay a painful price to make up for it. "Hand over the holy pills and you can leave." Suddenly, a person flew out from the dark and exuded the aura of a third-order martial god. The person stared greedily at Yi Hao and said, "Everyone, let's work together and share the holy pills equally." The martial god said loudly, "Brother, you're right. I agree. All right, I agree to do that too. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the holy pills and we'll spare your life." As soon as the first martial god finished speaking, 6 or 7 martial gods walked out from the shadows. "Brat, how about it? You only want 4 martial gods. We have 8 people here. It is still not too late to hand over the medicinal pills," Murong Sai said as he looked at Yi Hao provocatively. "Oh." Yi Hao chuckled when he heard Murong Sai's words. "If you think so, then there's no problem." Murong Sai chuckled as well, looking as if he had Yi Hao in his grasp. "Whoever kills him, I'll give him half of my holy elixir." Yi Hao looked at the arrogant Murong Sai and suddenly said. Murong Sai was shocked when he heard Yi Hao's words. However, when he saw that no one was moving, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Ha ha, brat, no one will fall for your trick." Murong Sai smiled proudly. "You should just give up on this idea." Murong Sai suddenly felt a pain in his neck. He turned around with difficulty and saw a martial god standing behind him with a dagger in his hand. "You!" Murong Sai couldn't believe that someone would actually make a move. "Sorry, you're not worth half of the holy elixir," Zhong Chaizhen said as he wiped his dagger. At this time, Murong Sai felt that he had become the biggest joke. He didn't expect to die just like that. He was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. "Little devouring beast, go." Yi Hao immediately ordered the little devouring beast. The little devouring beast was naturally the one he had subdued in the ancient ruins. It was the first one to follow him. After devouring the blood demon ancestor's body, it was only a martial saint. As for Murong Sai's third-order martial god body, he had to make good use of it. It would be a pity if he wasted it. "Thank you, Lord." The devouring beast immediately pounced on Murong Sai's corpse and swallowed it whole. Murong Sai's corpse disappeared on the spot. Everyone blinked their eyes, not understanding what the devouring beast was. Before they could figure it out, the devouring beast had already transformed into Murong Sai's appearance. Another martial god. Yi Hao was overjoyed. It was a pity that he didn't know what happened to the heavenly yin spirit. He had wasted Murong Sai's soul. Otherwise, he could have added another force to his force. What's going on? Everyone couldn't understand how Murong Sai could come back from the dead. They had seen Murong Sai being killed with their own eyes. They carefully observed Murong Sai's aura and found that it was no different from the previous Murong Sai. "What kind of demonic technique did you use?" The martial gods looked at Yi Hao nervously. After all, this was simply too shocking. How powerful was it to be able to bring someone back from the dead? Didn't that mean that as long as one of them died, he would come back from the dead and become one of Yi Hao's men? Everyone guessed nervously. "Where's my elixir?" Zhong Chaizhen looked at Yi Hao warily and asked. "The elixir is in my hands. If you want it, come and get it yourself." "Brat, you didn't keep your promise." Hearing Yi Hao's words, how could Zhong Chaizhen not know that he had been fooled by Yi Hao? He immediately roared in anger. "Kill them," Yi Hao ordered in a low voice. The 4 ancestors and Murong Sai's devouring beast immediately found their opponents and pounced. "We still have the advantage in numbers." Zhong Chaizhen snorted. Although his side had lost 1 person, there were still 7 martial gods. On Yi Hao's side, although there was an additional martial god, there were only 5 of them. Overall, his side still had the upper hand. Following Zhong Chaizhen's order, the remaining 6 martial gods drew their weapons and charged forward. "Brat, hand over the elixir obediently," Zhong Chaizhen said arrogantly. 7 martial gods against 5 martial gods instantly gained the upper hand. "You guys hold them back, I'll go and snatch the holy elixir." Zhong Chaizhen's words barely left his mouth before he charged towards Yi Hao. "Brat, I gave you a chance, but you didn't eat it. Now, you're regretting it." Zhong Chaizhen attacked Yi Hao, revealing his third-order martial god cultivation. Zhong Chaizhen had no doubt that his attack would turn Yi Hao into minced meat. Moreover, Yi Hao was merely a seventh-order martial emperor. Without the protection of a martial god, he was like an ant in his eyes. What? You've got me. He wanted to see Yi Hao panic, but he didn't see it. Yi Hao still had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhong Chaizhen. Zhong Chaizhen frowned, wondering if this brat still has a trump card. Forget it, I'll kill this brat first. Zhong Chaizhen's heart hardened. He didn't have time to think too much and directly slapped Yi Hao's head. Close, close. Zhong Chaizhen couldn't help but feel excited when he saw his palm getting closer to Yi Hao's head. No matter what trump card Yi Hao had, as long as he killed Yi Hao, everything would be resolved. Moreover, he would obtain a large amount of holy elixir. Chapter 525. That's strange. Zhong Chaizhen's mind raced. Because he noticed that Yi Hao was actually still calm and composed at this moment, and he revealed a relaxed expression. Is he not afraid of death? Or is he scared out of his wits? Before he could attack Yi Hao, a thunderous voice rang in his ears. How dare you hurt my master? Go to hell! Zhong Chaizhen was startled by the sudden roar. The palm technique that was attacking Yi Hao couldn't help but pause. I gave you a chance but you didn't take it. Yi Hao's voice had barely faded when Zhong Chaizhen looked over. He realized that Yi Hao had disappeared. He could feel two powerful auras on his left and right. Oh no! Zhong Chaizhen's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had fallen into Yi Hao's trap. Zhong Chaizhen immediately ran upward. I had already expected this. Zhuge Liang, who was on top of Zhong Chaizhen's head, fanned his feather fan and attacked Zhong Chaizhen. Zhong Chaizhen's face changed. He did not expect Yi Hao to have such a trump card and spend so much effort to deal with him. Zhong Chaizhen knew that he was no match for three martial gods. He shouted, Why aren't you attacking? Don't you want the holy elixir? As soon as Zhong Chaizhen's voice fell, the remaining people who were hiding in the dark no longer hid and flew out. In an instant, 4 low-level martial gods and more than a dozen martial saints flew toward Zhuge Liang in an attempt to save Zhong Chaizhen. Since all of you have come out, stay here. Yi Hao shouted and summoned more than 1,000 ancient demonic beasts. These ancient demonic beasts came in different shapes and sizes. Everyone looked at the 1,000 ancient demonic beasts and did not understand what Yi Hao was trying to do. Ha ha ha, are you trying to use these martial emperor demonic beasts to deal with us? Zhong Chaizhen looked at the scene as if he had seen the biggest joke in the world. No matter how powerful these martial emperor demonic beasts were, he could kill dozens of them with a flip of his hand. As a martial god, he did not care about these ancient demonic beasts. What are you doing? Zhong Chaizhen saw Yi Hao take out a handful of holy elixirs and immediately asked nervously. At the same time, he anxiously shouted, Kill these beasts, we can't waste these holy elixirs. Zhong Chaizhen thought that Yi Hao wanted to destroy all the saint elixirs in a life-and-death struggle. Hearing Zhong Chaizhen's words and seeing the divine elixir in Yi Hao's hand, several thousand martial sage and martial emperor level warriors immediately rushed towards the ancient demonic beast without hesitation. Let them tremble. Looking at the crowd that was charging at him, Yi Hao threw the peak martial sage elixir in front of each of the ancient demonic beasts. All the ancient beasts immediately swallowed all the peak martial sage pills. My divine elixir pill. Zhong Chaizhen looked on with a pained expression. More than 1,000 ancient beasts had swallowed the divine elixir pill. Hurry up and kill that brat. We can't let him continue to waste the holy elixir. Zhong Chaizhen pointed at Yi Hao and said angrily. Everyone present looked at Yi Hao with a pained expression. Roar. Suddenly, one of the 1,000 ancient beasts let out a long roar into the sky. The roar of the ancient beast immediately caught everyone's attention. They saw that the giant lion, which was only 100 meters in size, was growing rapidly. It grew to more than 300 meters in size. Roar. The giant lion took advantage of the fact that everyone was in a daze and bit at the person who was attacking it. In an instant, A martial sage and more than a dozen martial emperors were eaten by the giant lion. It has broken through. It must be at least at the level of a martial sage. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. Roar, roar, roar. Before the crowd could even recover from their shock, more and more ancient mutated beasts were howling furiously as their bodies began to grow larger. Run! It was unknown who shouted, but everyone immediately fled backwards. After all, there were more than 1,000 ancient beasts at the peak martial sage realm. At this moment, their advantage in numbers was completely gone. Although there were more than 500 martial sages among them, their cultivation was uneven. How could they be a match for the 1,000 ancient beasts at the peak martial sage realm? Don't even think about running. Yi Hao laughed coldly and immediately summoned 2,000 ancient beasts. He fed them the peak martial sage elixir. Roar, roar, roar. The 2,000 ancient beasts continued to have breakthroughs in their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the peak martial sage realm. What kind of divine elixir is this? This is too insane. When the crowd saw the power of the peak martial sage elixir, they were all shocked. But then, they ran away like crazy. What a joke! There were more than 3,000 ancient beasts at the peak martial sage realm. How could they fight them? Don't panic. They are just demonic beasts at the peak martial sage realm. You are all martial gods. Follow me and kill these beasts. Zhong Chaizhen quickly recovered from the shock and shouted to the martial gods. Let's work together and break through. The martial gods gathered together. These beasts are a bit strange. They seem to be more powerful than normal beast. The martial gods fought against the ancient beasts. They had thought that they could kill the ancient beasts in one blow, but the result was beyond their expectations. Their attacks landed on the ancient beasts' bodies, but they could only leave some light wounds. Obviously, this was different from what they had expected. Moreover, they are only at the peak martial saint realm. No matter what, they are comparable to a first-order martial god. However, he also knew that there was no lack of arrogant people among these people, so he quickly added, just think about it, my family's master is not even 25 years old yet he is already a saint-grade alchemist. What? When everyone heard Zhuge Liang's words, they all looked at Yi Hao in shock. They could tell that Yi Hao wasn't too old, but they didn't expect Yi Hao to be less than 25 years old. To become a saint-stage apothecary before the age of 25, was this even possible? However, the pills that Yi Hao refined could not be faked. One had to know that the martial gods present were at least a few thousand years old. This was considered young among the martial gods. This was because some martial sages had reached a few thousand years old. However, Yi Hao was not even 25 years old yet he had so many experts under him. Moreover, he was a saint-grade alchemist. To reach such a realm at such a young age, he was probably the only one in the Myriad Kingdom continent. The four old ancestors were also shocked. Although they also thought that Yi Hao was young, this was too young. Thinking about the gap between themselves and Yi Hao, they instantly had the heart to die. Moreover, when they heard Zhuge Liang's words, what everyone noticed was not only Yi Hao's talent, but also Yi Hao's background. This was because a person, no matter how powerful his talent was, he still needed a huge pair of wings to protect him in order to grow. From the looks of it, Yi Hao had so many martial gods by his side. If someone said that Yi Hao did not have a strong background, they would not believe it. Everyone had all kinds of guesses in their hearts. This trick of coercion and bribery is really used perfectly. Guo Zhenyu looked at Zhuge Liang and thought to himself. If it were him, he would probably rely on Yi Hao. After all, one side was death, and the other side was a master with a promising future. Moreover, there might be a strong background behind him. It was obvious at a glance which one to choose. In fact, except for Zhuge Liang, Everyone present thought that Yi Hao had a mysterious and strong background. After all, no matter how powerful his talent was, he could not become a saint-grade alchemist at such a young age. This was definitely nurtured by a large amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, Yi Hao's cultivation was at the 7th order martial emperor realm. He might be the lowest among the people present. He was also the one that everyone looked down on the most. After all, the people present who were still alive were at least martial sages. However, when they thought of Yi Hao's age, which was less than 25 years old, they realized that he had reached the 7th order martial emperor realm. They could only use the word heaven-defying to describe him. Time is precious. Hurry up. Yi Hao pretended to be impatient as he sat on the heavenly dragon throne. Sensing Yi Hao's emotions, many of the ancient mutated beasts immediately cooperated and growled in a low voice. Everyone, it is not easy to cultivate. You should cherish it. Who knows what will happen in your next life? No matter how good your talent is in your next life, it is still your next life. Zhuge Liang continued. Indeed, after Zhuge Liang said this, many people's expressions changed. It was not that they were unwilling to rely on Yi Hao, but they had to swear an oath to do so. Swearing an oath would be restricted by the power of the martial Tao. If they entered the cycle of reincarnation, their talent in their next life would be lower. Therefore, many cultivators were unwilling to do this. After all, no one could guarantee that they could break through the martial god realm in one go and live forever. Therefore, more people had to think about their next life. They were not willing to sacrifice their next life in exchange for a lowly life. However, Zhuge Liang was right. The next life was destined to be the next life. If they did not understand what was going on in this life, how could they think about the next life? When this door opened in everyone's hearts, they instantly became enlightened and no longer felt conflicted. I am willing to swear an oath. However, you cannot humiliate me. You cannot treat me as a slave. Otherwise, even if I die, I will not agree, one of the martial gods said, wavering. Of course. Seeing that someone agreed, Yi Hao rejoiced. He knew that these people had been convinced by Zhuge Liang. Seeing that someone had agreed, the remaining people also began to swear an oath. After all, it was not easy to cultivate to this step. Only they knew how difficult it was to cultivate. That was thousands of years of bitter cultivation. No one was willing to waste it. My beloved subjects, you've suffered. After hearing their complaints, Yi Hao could feel the pressure in their hearts. Lord, what should we do now? Should we admit defeat and surrender? The Fire Emperor looked at Yi Hao anxiously. This was because he realized that even though Yi Hao was back, Yi Hao didn't seem to have changed at all. What else can we do? Kill him. Yi Hao finished speaking and took out the Imperial Jade Seal, preparing to agree to the competition. Lord, please reconsider. The opponents are too strong. Do you have any countermeasures? That's right, Lord. The opponents are more than 30 empires and 3 empires. We're no match for them. Lord, do we have any reinforcements? We can't just be hot-blooded and impulsive. Everyone was suppressed by Hishan's camp. Although they were hoping that Yi Hao would agree to the competition, they couldn't help but feel nervous when Yi Hao actually agreed to it. It wasn't that they weren't confident. It was just that the difference in strength was too great. Why? Don't you all believe in me? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and asked. We don't dare. Everyone immediately replied. However, they were still curious as to where Yi Hao's confidence came from. Chapter 528. Everyone looked at the Fire Emperor curiously. They wanted to know what the Fire Emperor wanted to ask. Yi Hao nodded and signaled for the Fire Emperor to ask. My lord, are there any of our people in those empires? The Fire Emperor thought back to the previous incident and felt that it would be the same this time. When everyone heard the Fire Emperor's words, their eyes lit up as they looked at Yi Hao expectantly. If it was really like what the Fire Emperor said, then Yang Long's camp might have a chance of winning. No. Yi Hao replied honestly. Huh. Everyone was stunned. My lord, are you sure? The Fire Emperor couldn't believe it and asked again. He really couldn't understand. If the other side didn't have any of Yi Hao's men, then how could Yi Hao compete with them? If not for the fact that Yi Hao was their lord, they would have gone crazy by now. After all, they thought that once Yi Hao returned, they would have a chance of winning the competition. But now, there was no hope at all. Looking at everyone's expressions, Yi Hao smiled and didn't say anything. He took out the Imperial Jade Seal and agreed to the competition. Your Majesty, this. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yi Hao to agree to the competition. The officials weren't the only ones who were shocked. Many people in the 10,000 kingdoms were shocked as well. This was because they thought that Yang Long's camp wouldn't dare to agree to the competition. After all, when compared to Hishan's camp, it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. But in the end, they didn't understand why the Fire Dragon Empire agreed to the competition. Your Majesty, there's good news. At this moment, Emperor Hashan was in the palace. A minister immediately reported to Emperor Hashan. I already know. Emperor Hashan was all smiles. He was in a good mood. Yang Long's camp is courting death. They can't blame me. Although he didn't think much of Yang Long's camp, he didn't let his guard down. Hence, he had been increasing his own strength. He wanted to shock the entire continent with a single feat. He wanted to suppress all the other empires. It wasn't impossible for him to become an imperial dynasty and break through to the next level. From his point of view, Yang Long's camp was his best stepping stone. At first, he was worried that Yang Long's camp wouldn't agree to the competition. Then, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Hence, he provoked Yang Long's camp. Hishan's camp was in order for Yang Long's camp to agree to the competition. Fortunately, everything he had done was not in vain. The Flame Dragon camp finally agreed to the battle. This allowed him to finally put down the huge rock that had been hanging in his heart. Congratulations, Alliance Master Hishan. The Flame Dragon camp has finally agreed to fight. At this moment, some of the emperors who had stayed in the Hashan dynasty hurried over to congratulate him. This time, the leader of the Hishan alliance will definitely be able to suppress all the other empires and be recorded in the annals of history. That Flame Dragon camp really doesn't know what's good for them. They even dared to agree to this competition. At this moment, many emperors were discussing amongst themselves. However, most of them were trying to suck up to the Mountain Emperor. Everyone, this time, we must make all the empires in the Myriad Kingdom continent tremble for our emperor. Emperor Hashan waved his hand and lowered everyone's voices. Emperor Hashan was in a great mood. It was as if he could already see himself crushing Yang Long's camp. Hishan is mighty. Hishan is mighty. Hishan is mighty, the emperors hurriedly shouted. After all, they were all forces close to Emperor Hashan's camp. Moreover, they weren't as strong as Emperor Hashan's camp. In order to survive, they could only bow their heads to Emperor Hashan. The entire continent was looking forward to the start of the second round of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. Time flew. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. However, many people were waiting anxiously. The second round of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony was about to begin. Master, our soldiers are ready. The Fire Emperor had already arrived in front of Yi Hao and informed him. The Fire Emperor had a nervous look on his face. If he were to rely on these soldiers, he would probably be sending them to their deaths. There's no need for that. Bring these troops to the vicinity of Hishan's camp. Yi Hao waved his hand and said, What? What about the Myriad Kingdom ceremony? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the Fire Emperor was stunned. He didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. If they were to go to the vicinity of Hishan's camp, they wouldn't be able to participate in the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. You just have to wait and subdue the He Shan's camp, Yi Hao said casually. The Fire Emperor looked at Yi Hao in shock. My lord, are you going to fight against He Shan's camp alone? The Fire Emperor guessed. He couldn't help but advise, my lord, you have to think twice. You're up against 30 empires and 3 imperial empires. The Fire Emperor was starting to suspect that Yi Hao had given up on the idea of breaking a broken jar. As for fighting against the entire He Shan's camp alone, the Fire Emperor didn't even dare to think about it. My lord, our army is ready. Your Majesty, our army is ready too. At this moment, Chen Zixiao and Emperor Sun walked in. Hey, what's going on? Chen Zixiao looked at the Fire Emperor's anxious expression and couldn't help but ask. My lord wants to fight against the entire He Shan's camp alone. What? Hearing the Fire Emperor's words, Chen Zixiao and Emperor Sun were shocked. My lord, is this for real? Are you really going to fight against the entire He Shan's camp alone? That can't be. My lord, this isn't a child's play. Chen Zixiao and Emperor Sun hurriedly said. Because the Fire Dragon Empire, a country with 14 dragon power points, was going to fight to the death with a faction with 900 million dragon power point. How laughable it all was. It was like a newborn baby challenging a world-class boxing champion to a life-and-death duel. This was a naked provocation to the He Shan camp. Is the Fire Dragon Empire crazy? Who knows? Not only did they not admit defeat, they even started a fight to the death. I really don't know what they're thinking. The ruler of the Fire Dragon Empire is really a weirdo. Looks like the Fire Dragon Empire is in charge of being funny. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they all mocked the Fire Dragon Empire for overestimating themselves. Preposterous, how dare they provoke this emperor? Emperor Hashan was originally distressed about not being able to devour the dragon power of the Fire Empire and the other empires. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would fight to the death? Since you want to play, this emperor will play with you. Emperor Hashan was slightly angered and immediately agreed to fight to the death. Find the Fire Dragon Empire for this emperor. If you find anyone from the Fire Dragon Empire, there's no need to report. Tear them to pieces. Emperor Hashan commanded the army of 900 million. After the army received the order, they immediately searched for Yi Hao. Everyone thought that with Emperor Hashan's temper, he would definitely crush the Fire Dragon Empire after entering the Mystic Realm. But after a day and night, there were still no changes in the Yang Long camp and the He Shan camp. Reporting to Alliance Leader, we didn't find anyone from the Fire Dragon Empire. An emperor immediately came forward to report. Hearing this, Emperor Hashan couldn't help but frown. He looked slightly angry and slammed the table. No one. Did you find the Fire Dragon Empire's palace? We did, but there wasn't a single person in the Fire Dragon Empire. That emperor was the person that Emperor Hashan sent to the Fire Dragon Empire to ambush. He quickly replied. How is that possible? Can people fly away? Emperor Hashan shouted angrily. He originally wanted to crush the Fire Dragon Empire after entering the Mystic Realm and let Yi Hao know the consequences of provoking him. But when his army arrived at the Fire Dragon Empire, what they found was the Fire Dragon Empire. There was no one there. I tore down the entire Fire Dragon Empire, but I didn't find a single person, that emperor said bitterly. He originally thought that he would be able to make a great contribution and make Emperor Hashan look at him in a different light. Who knew that his efforts would be for naught? He didn't even find a single person. Send my order to everyone. They must find the people from the Fire Dragon Empire as soon as possible. I don't have the time to waste with them. PH, just a little rat. Let's see how long you can hide. Emperor Hashan snorted. He thought that Yi Hao was hiding on purpose. "Have you found anyone?" Emperor Hashan asked the emperors the next day. "Not on my side. Not on my side either. Same here. I didn't find a single person." The emperors all spoke with ugly expressions. Alliance leader Hashan, "Have we been fooled by the Fire Dragon Empire?" One of the emperors suddenly asked. "The Fire Dragon Empire dares to fool me. If I catch them, I will tear them to pieces." Emperor Hashan felt that the emperor's words made sense the more he analyzed them. He now began to suspect that the Fire Dragon Empire had been fooling him from the beginning and made him agree to fight to the death. Now that the fight to the death had been activated, if he couldn't find Yi Hao, he wouldn't be able to kill Yi Hao. He wouldn't be able to make a move. If they couldn't find Yi Hao, why would they continue to be in a stalemate like this? He had more than 900 million soldiers on his side, but they couldn't find anyone from the Fire Dragon Empire even though they had found Yi Hao. How laughable would it be if word got out? He definitely wouldn't fight with the system. He'd better find the source fragment first. Yi Hao immediately took out the origin fragment. Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Hao felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. What's going on? Yi Hao was shocked by the violent tremor. Yi Hao wasn't the only one. The secret realms of all the empires were trembling violently. Many empires stopped fighting at this moment and looked at the sky in confusion. Secret realms were the most stable. They never knew that secret realms could tremble. Moreover, there was no record of such a thing in the history of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. Why did I feel a violent tremor just now? What happened? Emperor Hashan asked the emperors immediately. I felt it too. It's so strange. Why is the ground trembling? Who knows? I've attended the Myriad Kingdom ceremony a few times, but nothing like this has ever happened. This is definitely strange. It's impossible for the secret realm to tremble for no reason. Could it be that something is going to happen to the treasure in the secret realm? Everyone discussed. Although the speaker didn't mean it, the listener was interested. Emperor Hashan's eyes lit up when he heard that something was going to happen to the treasure. This secret realm was the most mysterious existence in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Moreover, this secret realm was full of mysteries. Although this secret realm had a long history, no one knew where it came from. If there was a treasure in here, it must be an incredible treasure. If there really was a treasure, he would make a killing after obtaining it. After all, everyone was ambitious. His ambition was even greater. Emperor Hashan was excited when he heard that there might be a treasure. Go and find out the reason for this tremor, Emperor Hashan ordered immediately. He couldn't calm down. Alliance Master Hishan, do you think that the Flame Dragon Camp is the cause of the trembling of the mystic realm? One of the emperors suddenly guessed. Emperor Hishan was startled. This wasn't impossible. If this treasure was obtained by Yang Long's camp, it would be troublesome. After all, they didn't know the use of this treasure. However, after thinking for a while, he relaxed. In his opinion, there was no treasure that could compare to an army of 900 million. Even if Yi Hao obtained the treasure in the end, he would have to obediently hand it over. After all, once the secret realm was opened, no one would be able to leave the secret realm until one side was completely dead. However, he still had a worry in his heart that he didn't dare to voice out. Yi Hao could commit suicide. After that, he could still leave the secret realm with the treasure. At the thought of this, Emperor Hashan ordered anxiously, go and find it. Find out what the treasure is and where the bastard from Yang Long's camp is. Everyone was also very curious about the treasure that might exist. They were also very enthusiastic about finding it. Moreover, they weren't just searching for the Hishan camp. They were also searching for the other warring dynasties. In order to find the treasure that might exist, they left the battlefield one by one and started searching for it in the secret realm. Could it be in the sky? Yi Hao didn't know that because of his actions, he had attracted the attention of all the dynasties. Moreover, hundreds of dynasties were searching for the origin fragment in the secret realm. Yi Hao sensed the connection between the origin fragment, and Yi Hao looked at the sky curiously. Forget it. Let's take a look first. Yi Hao felt that the secret realm wouldn't tremble for no reason. Therefore, the probability of the origin fragment existing in the secret realm was very high. At the thought of this, Yi Hao immediately rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. I can't take it anymore. I'm almost at my limit. Yi Hao panted heavily after flying for 30,000 meters. Even though he was a 7th-order martial emperor and could use the cultivation of a 7th-order martial saint, his body couldn't withstand flying so high. He raised his weapon and rushed towards Yi Hao. Instantly, thousands of people reacted. They raised their weapons and rushed towards Yi Hao. Die! Yi Hao snorted coldly. He took out his blood-stained dual sabers and began to fight. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dragon power points had been collected. The ground was littered with corpses. Next, Yi Hao let out all the primordial beasts that had reached the peak of martial saint, as well as the sky-devouring rats. Thousands of primordial beasts that were hundreds of meters long. Some of them were even thousands of meters long. It was a terrifying sight. Master, all the beasts had reached the level of martial saint and could speak. They all shouted at Yi Hao in unison. Kill them all. Leave no one in this mystic realm alive, Yi Hao ordered. Yes. In the blink of an eye, thousands of demonic beasts turned into black shadows and flew out. Roar. Instantly, the roars of the primordial beasts could be heard in the mystic realm. Ding dong. Congratulations on gaining 10 dragon power points. Ding dong. Congratulations on gaining 13 dragon power point. Ding dong. Congratulations on gaining 25 dragon power point. In an instant, Yi Hao could hear the system's notifications ringing in his mind. At this time, the entire 10,000 lands continent once again turned their attention to Yang Long's faction. How is this possible? Is the Fire Dragon Empire going to create another miracle? Oh my god, the dragon power is increasing at a rapid pace. Who is the one bullying who? No one would have thought that the show that they had been waiting for several days without seeing would happen so quickly. 14 dragon power points against 900 million dragon power point. And 14 dragon power points was killing 900 million dragon power point. Everyone was wondering if the He Shan faction was eating Sha*T, otherwise, why would they be beaten to such a state by the Fire Dragon Empire? Because in the blink of an eye, the He Shan faction had already lost tens of thousands of dragon power points. And the dragon power behind the Fire Dragon Empire's name could not be seen at all. That was because it kept on increasing and had no intention of stopping. Emperor Sun, I'm not dreaming, right? What did the master do? If you ask me, who should I ask? At this moment, the Fire Emperor looked at Emperor Sun and the two of them stared at each other. The worry on their faces had completely disappeared and was replaced with shock and joy. We still can't see through the master. We shouldn't have doubted the master's power. The Fire Emperor sighed. I'm guessing that the master brought the martial gods to kill in the secret territory. Chen Zixiao guessed. Even the martial gods don't have such speed. You have to know that according to the rules of the secret territory, only 14 people can be brought in. To them, even 14 martial gods wouldn't be able to kill in such a short time. Chapter 532. When the other emperors heard Emperor Hashan's roar, they were stunned at first. Then, they all looked at their own country's dragon power, their hearts filled with anger. Alliance leader He-shan, my country's dragon power is also decreasing. Mine too, it's decreasing rapidly. Why did the Fire Dragon Empire suddenly attack and kill so many of our people? The emperors were shocked. They didn't expect that they couldn't find Yi Hao after searching for several days. Yi Hao actually attacked them first. Your Majesty, demonic beasts, there are so many demonic beasts. At this moment, the door of the main hall was suddenly pushed open, and a general shouted in panic. Demonic beasts? What demonic beasts? How could there be demonic beasts in this mystic realm? Hearing the general's words, the emperors discussed among themselves. They were all puzzled and nervous at the same time. After all, what was decreasing was their country's dragon power, which was the most precious thing in a country. Every time, hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts fell. Although they all had tens of millions of dragon power, they couldn't withstand such a drop. Everyone looked at the general anxiously. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Emperor Hashan asked sternly. Seeing Emperor He-shan's unfriendly tone, the general trembled and immediately said, countless demonic beasts rushed out of nowhere. They are all at the peak of the martial sage realm. They kill anyone they see. Our soldiers can't stop them at all. What? Peak martial sages? Where did so many powerful demonic beasts come from? When the emperors heard the general's words, they were all in disbelief. How many demonic beasts are there? Emperor Hashan's face turned ashen as he asked in a deep voice. He didn't have time to think about where these powerful demonic beasts came from. There are at least a few thousand of them. The general thought for a moment and said, a few thousand demonic beasts and peak martial sages? Are you sure you're not joking? The emperors were all shocked and asked the general. If there were only a few dozen peak martial sages, they could still accept it. But there were too many of them. There were a few thousand of them. If it was an Emperor Wu-level magical beast or a martial Emperor-level magical beast, they could still barely accept it. But those were thousands of demonic beasts at the peak of the martial saint realm. At the very most, there were less than 30 martial sacred realm cultivators present. How were they supposed to play like this? I think we should just surrender and admit defeat. Judging from the situation, even if I don't admit defeat, I'll still be waiting for death. I might as well just surrender. I don't want to fight anymore. The emperors were in low spirits as they spoke anxiously. After all, if they were delayed for even a second, their dragon power would plummet. The decrease in dragon power was akin to cutting their heart. Why are you panicking? Hearing the emperor's words, Emperor Hashan was enraged and roared, besides, we've already started a war of attrition. Do you think the Fire Dragon Empire will let us go if we surrender? Upon hearing Emperor Hashan's words, everyone quieted down. They couldn't surrender even if they wanted to. At this moment, they regretted joining Emperor Hashan's camp. If they hadn't joined Emperor Hashan's camp, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Everyone looked at Emperor Hashan anxiously and clamored to be the first to speak. Emperor Hashan, we're here to help you. What do you think we should do now? We don't want our dragon power to disappear completely. We can't destroy the empire. Emperor Hashan, think of a way. It wasn't just the emperors. Even the generals of the 3 imperial empires looked at Emperor Hashan threateningly. Emperor Hashan, you have to bring us out safely. If we suffer heavy losses, Emperor Wen won't spare you. Emperor Wen's generals threatened him without holding back. Hearing Emperor Wen's generals' words, Emperor Hashan's face turned even uglier. He didn't care about the words of the other emperors. However, he had to listen to the words of the 3 imperial empires. Everyone, be quiet. Emperor Hashan immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, think carefully. We have 900 million soldiers. Although they have a few thousand martial saint demonic beasts, they aren't demonic beasts. As long as they are demonic beasts, they aren't undefeatable. Since we can't win with our strength, we'll fight with our numbers. I don't believe that 900 million soldiers can't defeat a few thousand demonic beasts. Emperor Hashan scanned the crowd and encouraged them. As expected, The emperors calmed down and weren't as panicked as before. Some of them even nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. So we might as well fight it out with the Fire Dragon Empire. Let's see if their few thousand demonic beasts or our 900 million soldiers are stronger. Emperor Hashan's eyes shone brightly as he shouted passionately. That's right. Since it's already like this, we'll just be waiting for death. Let's fight it out with the Fire Dragon Empire. Let's fight it out with the Fire Dragon Empire. Let's show them the might of the He Shan camp. I agree too. Let's fight to the death with the Fire Dragon Empire. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Following which, the emperors shouted loudly, looking as if they were going to risk it all. Because even if they didn't risk it all, they had no choice. They couldn't surrender and could only burn their boats. Moreover, a few thousand peak martial saint demonic beasts looked very terrifying. However, 900 million soldiers weren't weak either. After all, these 900 million soldiers were the elites of the imperial empires and the three imperial empires. Their fighting strength was also extraordinary. Moreover, with 900 million soldiers, they might be able to defeat a few thousand demonic beasts. Good. Then it's decided. Everyone, lead your soldiers and kill the demonic beast. Emperor Hashan immediately ordered. I'm afraid you won't be able to lead your soldiers. Just as the emperors were about to agree and walk out of the main hall, Yi Hao's voice suddenly came from the sky. The emperors' expressions changed and they were shocked. They immediately looked up into the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, a large hole was smashed open in the 300-meter-tall golden palace. Crackling sounds could be heard as some black objects fell down. The emperors immediately dodged them. You. Who are you? Looking at the black corpses on the ground, the emperors' faces turned pale. Because those black figures were the martial saints of the He Shan camp. Now, all of them were here and they were all beaten half to death. Do you still need to ask who I am? Yi Hao walked directly to the emperors. The emperors immediately opened up a path. It wasn't that they wanted to, but they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Their legs didn't listen to them. The emperors looked at Yi Hao with a trace of fear in their eyes. They looked at Yi Hao as he walked towards Emperor Hashan. Chapter 533. Yi Hao glanced at Emperor Hashan and said rudely, "Get down." Why should I? In front of so many emperors, how could he stand up just because he wanted to? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Why should I? Yi Hao sneered and clapped his hands. Emperor Hashan was stunned. He didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What's that sound? The emperors looked around, wanting to know what was making that sound. Hashan. Alliance leader, under your feet. Suddenly, one of the emperors pointed at Emperor Hashan and said nervously. Everyone immediately looked at Emperor Hashan's feet and saw two rat heads that were a few meters long. They were drooling as they looked at Emperor Hashan. Emperor Hashan was also shocked. Sensing the cultivation of the two heaven-devouring rats, Emperor Hashan knew that his cultivation was definitely not on par with these two heaven-devouring rats. Is this enough? Yi Hao asked with a smile. Emperor Hashan was speechless. However, in front of these two heaven-devouring rats that were drooling over him, he still said unwillingly, "Yes, then get the hell out of here." Yi Hao roared. Emperor Hashan was very unhappy. However, he was not as strong as Yi Hao and could only walk down the dragon throne. Eat it. With Yi Hao's command, he swallowed the dragon throne in an instant. Seeing the heaven-devouring rats' actions, the emperors swallowed their saliva. Yi Hao took out the dragon throne and sat on it lazily. He narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. Although they saw Yi Hao's lazy appearance, they couldn't resist the majesty in Yi Hao's eyes. Everyone looked at Yi Hao guiltily. They wanted to know what Yi Hao wanted to do. After a long time, just as everyone was getting impatient, Yi Hao suddenly asked, "I heard that you guys have been quite troublesome these past 3 months. You've been constantly provoking the Fire Dragon Empire. Hearing Yi Hao's cold voice, everyone felt as if they had been placed in an ice cave. Everyone's faces turned pale. They knew that it was finally time to settle the score. I've lost this time. What do you want to do? Tell me, Emperor Hashan said directly. It's nothing more than destroying the empire, Yi Hao said as if it was something insignificant. Destroying the empire. If that's nothing, what could be more ruthless than that? What do you think? Yi Hao asked. Everyone has seen it. Since things have come to this, we have no choice but to fight it out with him, Emperor Hashan immediately said, stirring everyone's emotions. Your Majesty Yang Long, did you see that? This was Emperor Hashan's own idea. It has nothing to do with us. That's right, Your Majesty Yang Long. We have absolutely no ill intentions towards you. It was Emperor Hashan who forced us to do this. Your Majesty Yang Long, if you want to blame someone, blame Emperor Hashan. Please don't blame us. To Emperor Hashan's surprise, the emperors ignored him and smiled at Yi Hao. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Emperor Hashan's face instantly turned ashen. Emperor Hashan pointed at the emperors angrily. You bunch of ingrates. How dare you turn your backs on us? I won't let you off so easily. This person is simply too annoying. I don't want to see him. Yi Hao glanced at Emperor Hashan and said in a displeased tone. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the emperors immediately understood what Yi Hao meant. Moreover, being called ingrates by Emperor Hashan really made them feel a little displeased and embarrassed. Kill him! Someone shouted. The emperors all picked up their weapons and charged at Emperor Hashan. A bunch of fence-sitters. How dare you act so rashly? You don't know what's good for you. Emperor Hashan snorted coldly as he looked at the emperors charging at him. No matter how weak he was still a peak martial sage. None of the emperors present was a match for him. In the blink of an eye, 3 emperors had been defeated by him. The more the emperors fought, the more ferocious they became. Dozens of them directly engaged in battle. Activate the killing formation, Emperor Hashan suddenly roared. The emperors suddenly turned their spears and pointed at Yi Hao. So you have a backup plan. Yi Hao was slightly surprised as he looked at the emperors. Seeing Yi Hao's surprised expression, Emperor Hashan couldn't help but laugh coldly. Mph, you're still too naive. Do you really think that we'll turn against each other so easily? Kid, you're still no match for Emperor Hashan. Emperor Hashan had already expected you to do this. What do you think now? Little bastard, weren't you very arrogant? Show me what you've got now. The emperors kept changing their positions as they mocked Yi Hao. This killing formation should be able to deal with a beginner martial god. It seems like you've put in a lot of effort. Yi Hao glanced at the killing formation formed by the emperors. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. It would have taken a lot of effort to deal with you. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant and walk right into our trap. Emperor Hashan sneered. If Yi Hao had been under the protection of many demonic beasts, it would have been very difficult for them to form a killing formation and kill Yi Hao. However, it was different now. They could easily kill Yi Hao and then deal with the demonic beasts. It seems like you think you've won. Yi Hao smiled and looked at Emperor Hashan. Emperor Hashan also responded with a cold smile. What else? Ha ha ha. Yi Hao suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. The emperors were shocked by his laughter. One of them shouted, "What are you laughing at? A bunch of idiots." After Yi Hao finished speaking, he ignored the others and walked out of the hall. You want to leave? Go to hell. Emperor Hashan shouted. The emperors immediately charged at Yi Hao. How dare you hurt my lord? You're courting death. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the hall. The emperors were shocked. They didn't expect that there would be someone else in the hall. Kill him first. He Shan shouted at the emperors when he saw Guo Yifan suddenly appear. He knew that Guo Yifan couldn't be underestimated and immediately shouted at the emperors. A bunch of trash. Guo Yifan's figure flashed and the others couldn't see him. In the next instant, everyone was sent flying. How powerful! He's definitely not a martial god below the third order. Emperor Hashan panicked. Because this killing formation could barely deal with a third-order martial god, but it couldn't deal with Guo Yifan. Therefore, he knew that Guo Yifan was definitely stronger than a third-order martial god. I regret it, Emperor Hashan shouted. His face was filled with unwillingness. The reason for that was because this killing formation had originally required the 30-odd martial sages to bring out its strongest battle prowess. The one who should be defeated now should be Guo Yifan and not them. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.